As a recommendation to wear masks at this meeting. You can also get them outside during the break. We also have our auto communication specialist here will be here today to take photos of you for public use, and if I feel that you don't want to be in these photos, then please send me a message and I'll tell our communications specialist. Yes, she will come here at some point and take a few photos for publicity use. Without further ado, let's start the meeting. Welcome to Aalto University Student Union Reps and Council meeting 10/2020. It's Tuesday, the 15th of October. Closing item 1. Moving to item 2. Recording members of the council who are unavailable, disqualified, ineligible, resigned, and present. As you can see, Elina is not here with me. Instead, Kriso is here. Elina is also present remotely. Yes, I can hear. I can go a bit louder Elina's voice so we can hear her. Yes, great. Alright, good afternoon. I'm remotely here today. I have a bit of a flu, so I don't want to be that person who will infect all of you. So, now the roll call, please, and Kriso, if you could repeat them in the microphone, whether the person is present or not. Could you get a little more volume on Elina? Yes, just a moment. Just let me know when I can start. My microphone is already at full volume here on my end. I also hope that you also took some of the snacks there from picnic. Okay, yes, good evening. Testing.
Oh, vähän liiankin. Järki kuuluu turhankin.
Antikainen. Hietala is not coming. Anyone whose name was not mentioned? Yes, Lammi. Yes, yes. Yes, good. Anyone else? So we have 32 members of the present council present. Okay. 32 members of the present council present. So I grant the right to speak to AYYE employees and the interpreters. Anyone else who want to be granted the right to be present and or the right to speak? Apparently no. Closing item 2. Moving to item 3, recording the lawfulness and quorum of the meeting. The meeting is lawful when there are at least 25 members of the council present, plus the chairperson. And the invitation to the meeting has been sent beforehand to the mailing list, and these conditions are met. So the meeting is lawful and has quorum. Closing item 3, moving to item 4, summoning 2 scrutinizers of the minutes and 2 vote counters. This is familiar to everyone, so any volunteers for scrutinizers of the minutes? Especially if you haven't worked before as a scrutinizer of minutes, I encourage you to volunteer now. Yes, we have one. We need a second one. Excellent, thank you. Very active. Next, 2 vote counters. Okay, we have one, and a second one, please. Yes, lighting is also available. Thank you for being so active. I proposed that as before, the scrutinizers of the minutes will act as deputies for vote counters and vice versa. Closing discussion, and thank you. Closing item 4, moving to item 5, confirming the agenda. Does anyone add or comment to the agenda? No. Closing item 5, moving to item 6, announcements. Does anyone have any announcements to make? Seems pretty quiet, so no announcements to make. Closing item 6, moving to item 7, latest news from the office. Nora, if you may. Hello everyone. So I think you can hear me just fine. So latest news from the central office. I'm Nora, responsible for association, strategy and alumni in the board. And also it's my turn now to tell you the latest news. So, start with staff changes and recruitments. First, our HR and administration chief, Johanna, will start her parental leave. Also, our corporate relation coordinator, Otto, will move to new tasks in about a week. Also, our new leasing and service chief will start their work at the start of November, and also the recruitment for a housing advisor is almost finished. And we also have one recruitment coming up for the real estate side, a project manager.
Sitten tosiaan meillä on tässä poikkeusolojen pitkittyessä
Here, as these exceptional circumstances have really been prolonged, we have been kind of worried about the well-being of the people at the office, and we want to invest especially in that in the future. We also had this kind of recreational day kayaking with the office. And then we look at the bigger projects. projects.
taloussuunnitelmaa
We have a long-term financial plan,
ja samoin myös toimintasuunnitelmaa ja
and
strategiaa.
also action plan and strategy,
Mun tää on teille.
and the budget.
Nää tulee myös teidän.
But this will also be here at the Päätöskeskustelun meeting for you to decide in a future meeting. It's kind of peaceful now at the service office. We have now gone past the congestion of the autumn, and we also now have new employees coming to join our team at the service office. And of course we have this kind of new orientation and things like that for these new people. And the service office will be open on Mondays and Fridays for the rest of the year. And also, when necessary, if you, for example, need to fetch keys from the office, you can agree that someone's there, also on some other day, Monday or Friday. Also news about our real estate properties. Our Viestintä 2 project will now very soon move to the design phase. We also started our budgeting work, and we also selected a designer for our facelift renovation concept. This means kind of a smaller scale renovation, for example in the buildings in Serviniemi. And also we already established a Telegram group for AYYE's real estates. It's free to join for everyone. So it's for kind of brainstorming ideas related to real estate issues. You can see the link here, but of course we will also inform you of it via email in the future. So everyone please join the group, especially if you have ideas related to real estate. And our advocacy and communication, lots of things going on there. We started work with our administration candidates. And at the end of the year, we will also do a social media campaign together with Aalto about equality, and also Aalto is updating its code of conduct, and we are also involved in this process. And also, as you have noticed, if you live in Otaniemi, that AYYE takes part in this Katoava luonto, a vanishing nature research project together with the universities of Jyväskylä and Helsinki. And as you can hear, the lawns have been turned into meadows. And we should see next year or the year after that, see the results, what it looks like. AYYE also created a video to show its support for the citizens and students in Belarus. And also we remotely benchmarked and discussed with a student union in Lithuania about the accessibility of spaces, among other things. On our community side, our first Teekkarius 150 years historical publication for the steering group. We had the first meeting regarding that. Also for AYYE's art collection, we will soon start finding new pieces for it. And also we worked on strategic events for next year, related, for example, to prioritization of events. And also for my red songbook, Punainen laulukirja, we have commissioned an equality report regarding that. So kind of an equality professional expert has looked through it in order for us to develop the songbook further. We also had a lakinlaskiaiset ceremony on the 30th of September. And also the process for the rebranding of the museum is also moving forward. A lot of things have moved forward regarding the museum, now that we also have the museum director now there. And for operating grants, they are almost finished, they just need to be approved and actually paid. Here you guys see a photo where we visited Marman car, which is owned by AYYE. I didn't know that we owned such a car, so we visited this car recently. And also our volunteer recruitment will soon start. Here are the key dates. It will start on the 1st of November, the applications. And first they will select the chairperson of the Representation Council and the former of the board. So please, everyone, take part in this process, or at least check out what kind of positions are open. We also made some changes to our volunteer recruitments, so let's take a quick glance about on those changes. So for the museum section, we will recruit 1 to 6 volunteers, so there's kind of smaller than before. And also for this Marmon committee, the Marmon car, we will recruit 2 to 3 volunteers for that. Also recruit this Teekkarius 150 steering group. The intention here is to kind of plan the anniversary year, but not actually start implementing it, because we will recruit the volunteers for actual implementation of the festivities separately. We're also about to recruit an editorial staff for our songbook, and also try to make our recruitments more coordinated together with the Central Election Office and the Accolade Committee. And we'll also clarify our administrative processes related to our recruiting committees. And instead of this mosaic committee, as it was known before, we are now recruiting a masters committee. Which is a very kind of a similar purpose, but it's just to make it clearer that what this committee's purpose is. And last, we will not recruit a separate chairperson for our corporate cooperation committee, because the chairperson for that committee will be the board member responsible for corporate relations next year. And also greetings from the board. A lot of things going on, also a lot of things that we'll handle at this meeting. Also AYYE's Instagram story kind of took that over for a week. You may have seen some posts. We also met with Aalto's administration, talked about sustainability, usage of the campus during corona pandemic, also this kind of more involving budgeting. We also met with the HY board, which this photo is from, and next week the board will take a holiday, autumn holiday for a week. Yes, thank you. Yes, opening discussion. Communications about the rebranding of the museum, but no, it has been communicated yet about that. Any other questions? Yes, thank you. So the proposal is that the Council decides to record the latest news from the office. Has been decided. Closing item 7, moving to item 8, determination of the composition of committees and group chairs. Taneli. Yes, thank you. I think this is on. Taneli Myllykangas, first vice chair of the board. Actually, the Representation Council. There have been some changes in the composition of committees, so it's according to good administrative practices to let you know about these changes. If you could please put them up here on the screen. So here you can see our current compositions. At least in the Pro Arte, the composition has changed. In the Real Estate and Financial Committee, yes. And also for Voltti, the group chairs and vice chairs have also changed. Any questions regarding this issue? If no, then this was pretty much it. This was just for your information. Thank you. And committees, there have been changes within the groups, so the number of seats are still the same, but just the members have changed. Any questions, comments about this item? Apparently no. So the proposal is the Representative Council decided to state the current committee compositions and the current group chairs for the autumn 2020 Representative Council term. It's been decided, closing item 8, moving to item 9, presentation of the driving force analysis. Presented by Johanna, remotely here. Johanna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Will I set things from my own end here? Okay, one moment. Okay, you should see things now. Soon. So, awesome. So, good evening to the entire Representative Council from my part as well. So the idea is to present the to support the process, this kind of analysis that's been taken. So some background before we go to the recognized driving forces of change. So to start with, originally we had done this operational environmental analysis 2 years ago, done in cooperation with the staff and leadership, and at the same time we did this kind of 8 interview group. We had several interviews and several key personnel were interviewed. The idea was to map on where AYYE is as an organization. When the Secretary General and the financial real estate leader manager were then at the time, and we were thinking of what kind of know-how do we need, and in this situation in 2018 at the end of the year we added that to the staff strategy. We restarted it. At the same time we looked at whether or not it's sensible to look how current these powers of change are and would they need to be updated. And now that we've gone through them, we've recognized that in some parts it's good to update these segments and to include some new things. And this situation also we did with the leadership group. We work with the management, but we also asked for comments from the staff, and also the board and the committees have processed these. So identified driving forces. Originally we had a grand total of 4, and we've now updated them to 7. And these recognized powers or driving forces are as follows. Number 1 is communality, which has been divided into 3, aka identity, services and campus. Then we have financial standing, where we have independence from political decisions, real estate leadership, and the funding base. Third is future skills and personal management. 2 years ago this was something that was very, very much important with the staff strategy. number 4, we have technological development. And so far, all 4 of these were present 2 years ago, and these 3 last ones have been included this year. So sustainability crisis and ecological sustainability, number 5. 6, the power and networks of communications, and number 7, diversity and internationality. And I'll go through these to you in short. These are quite a wall of text slides that are up and coming. Sorry for that. Hope you've had time to familiarize yourself with these slides, because I didn't I won't start to read them out to you one by one, so just open them up a bit so you understand the principles at play. So to start off, we have communality, the identity, and also in general the Aalto identity we've already discussed in 2016 when we made this for the first time in its new format, the strategy work. So it would be important that AYYE could function in the core of the student community and to say feelings of belonging and safety will be something that we would create in this Aalto identity. And in this situation when we were discussing these, we thought it would be prudent when we started to open this situation that global pandemic is actually very, very challenging when creating the feelings of belonging in a community. So lots of our activities comprise of kind of traditional activities, traditional events and traditional social models and interaction. So earlier we've utilized, for example, our facilities or the Aalto campus. Then they're kind of tied into our community and created communality. So using remote connections is something that is a challenge in upcoming times, and we don't even know how long this will continue. That is very, very signatory to the times, regrettably so. And even though hopefully soon we will return to some sort of resemblance of normal, but we will still have remote connections in the future in creating communality and identity. So hopefully, in addition to challenges, we have opportunities. But then at the same time, we're also discussing how in the future individuality will be an issue that will challenge creating the sense of identity in a community. So we need to think of means and ways for individuals to feel that they are a part of the Aalto community. As a second topic, we have the services. Everybody knows that the different kinds of needs stemming from our community. And through our advocacy and services, we aim to answer these needs. So it's very important that we can create these kind of communal opportunities for communality and to place weight on these things and to be developing these services in accordance. So currently, actually yesterday, we had this survey closed, and we aim to have members participate to tell on how they feel about our services and how should they be developed. A clear factor here is that Aalto is very, very international, and even more so in the future, and we have about over a quarter are international students, which is a growing trend. Hopefully, despite the coronavirus and the global situation, that will challenge us even more. So in the future, we may need to think of how international student needs can be accounted for in our activities and that of our community in general at AYYE. And third, we have the campus. So what kind of challenges and things of note we have to our community building in regards of campus when we are all remotely present, but at the same time we can think that the campus will kind of grow more specifically to be in Otaniemi and all our activities to be centralized. And in the future we must strive towards a situation where we take into account the fact that how do we create communality, meeting people on campus and centralization of services, and how will all of this development work affect the campus as a whole. Of course, because you can be, then in the future we have students that will be studying remotely, so that may affect on how campuses are being developed. What kind of services should one place at campus physically and what should be remote? Another big picture is this financial standing, number one being the independence from political decisions. This was 2 years ago clearly recognized power, and it is seen today in today's meeting that we are thinking of what kind is the AYYE long-term financial situation going to be. And as everybody knows, we have if you know about AYYE, is that we are dependent on membership fees, and it requires the mandatory membership, but the political situation may change in the future, and this automation membership or mandatory membership something that we in like national politics is something that if we are moving with other student unions, is how do we stay stable financially regardless of if we have the dismantling of automation membership. So this is why we need to prepare for a clarification of the funding models and funding groundwork. That's enough on that. Second one, we have this financial standing in real estate management and funding base. So this was also something I was discussed in 2018 and notified. So we had some notifications on we need to focus on real estate management. And we made a real estate strategy. It has been the write-up that we aim to increase 1,000 flats in Otaniemi to implement the care strategy, and we were updating this, that we actually realized that we have this goal, but we need to have we need to be very careful in that this new construction is grounded, because they are long-term projects, they last for several years, and they will affect AYY's financial stability quite a lot. So just not building more and more can't just be a value on itself, so it needs to be grounded within reason. Third, we have the future leadership and future skills and personal management, and maybe the core of this would be when we wrote this back in the day 2 years ago. Still, same situation. So the competition for high quality staff is very hard, and in practical terms, how can we ensure that in the future we have expert staff present here, that we can agree on creating our brand and focus on leadership and management, and to ensure that we have a good organization and we can be an alluring employer. And as a clear notification here is that through personal management we aim to develop personnel development, or support personal development and well-being, and the communality of the staff as well. That's something that has been a point of discussion during the coronavirus, because being remotely at work is something that gives strain to the work community as a whole, because we don't have people meeting people at the same time when at the office. So this is something that is a problem at many offices and jobs. So maybe as an afterthought or a final thought here is that when creating recruitment, especially when many of our recruitments are permanent positions, we only have project workers in special circumstances. Then when creating recruitment, you need to remember that we need to evaluate on how long-term the recruitment is and what kind of responsibility do we have as an employer to create this kind of societal influence and these other goals and personal management when making new recruitments. Then number 4, we have technological development. This was digitalization automation 2018, and we changed the heading. And we discussed about the goal to try and digitalize and automate a lot of processes, and we also thought that in the future the technology will be merging with everything that AYYE does and AYYE project development and the development of AYYE as a whole. We need to utilize technology. So what kind of points of view or goals will be taken into account when thinking of new solutions? And in this situation also you need to focus that the coronavirus pandemic is something that has sped up remote work and utilization of remote connections, but it's also said that this will be a kind of permanent situation because utilization of remote connections is a way to also speed up many things. So it's possible that these will be utilized even after the pandemic. As a kind of a clear notification is that in the future we might have at the university have students who may be students at the university, but they may be living abroad or different municipalities or areas in Finland, which affects the need for AYYE services and offices. Number 5, we have kind of the shortest one being on the slide, but this is not a short or a small topic. We have the 5th topic. When we were discussing about these future changes, we were also talking about mega trends this year, and we were discussing on what kind of the changes touching us will be, and one clear would be the ecological and sustainability crisis, which is something that touches each and every one of us, which is very clear. So climate change and notifying and actually recognizing it and acting are very, very pivotal. So to clear-cut ideas and crisis and the ecological sustainability crisis, they affect the world and everything around us. So will affect organizations around the world. Practically each and every organization is affected by these effects of this crisis. So we cannot just brush them past us. And in 2018, when we made this AYY's latest strategy, we had this goal of AYYE being a trailblazer in ecological and environmental issues, and will challenge stakeholders to notify the environment in their own activities. So clearly it was seen that if we want to act as trailblazer in the future, it will require that we need to do actual actions regarding it and not just decide things and decide policies. This is something that should be taken into account in new strategy and plan of work drafts. So this is the Representative Council's decision on what kind of things will be written down in those. Number 6, and as second new topic would be the power of networks of communications. This is a clear Sitra recognized megatrend of the future, and we've probably all noticed that this coronavirus pandemic being a good example is that when we have lots of people on social media, there's lots of information and lots of misinformation as well, and this challenges both individuals and organizations alike that need to have this kind of recognized media savviness. Then we need to be able to think on how we can safeguard the rights of our members, and how can we as an organization move in this quickly changing world of situations. And as an organization, how can we create and distribute correct information and at the same time react any wishes that come from within the organization or the members. And it's clear that in the future communications is tied with power, like communications in general, and this is why we need to notify that if we want to continue this kind of existing strategy right up, that we need to be a societal influencer. So the way to communicate is a clear means to do just that, to ensure that we have power and that we may strengthen the knowledge of people graduating from ALD. Last but not least is diversity and internationality. Like said, Aalto currently has over a quarter of international students, and Aalto is one of the most international universities in Europe and the world, which is quite nice. And because the number of international students will increase, which means that our community will be more diverse in more culture and language, but diversity does not mean that we have different nationalities, but diversity also means sexual minorities and the individuals, or individuals otherwise well, individualistically, how to put it, individual. So, and how can we act in this environment is something that we can have inclusivity in our activities and be accessible and reachable to each and every student. That's kind of a very, very important point. And we have lots of new students coming in around the world. We need to be able to think of how this diversity will challenge us. What kind of services and what kind of activities are we undertaking? So, this is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions or comments? Opening discussions. Questions or comments? Looks like we have no questions or comments, so thank you. Closing discussions. And the proposal was that the Representative Council decides to place on record the topic on the agenda. Closing item 9, moving on to item 10. Decision on the future of student media, Leinonen and Luoto presenting. Actually, Emilia presenting. Yes, Leinonen presenting. So, thank you. So, hope I won't fog up my glasses during the presentation. Today we will have a discussion on the future of student media. Those of you who were present at the preliminary discussion, most of you know these slides, but because we have people who were not present in the preliminary discussion, let's go through these once. The background, then we'll have the board's template and the most important points. and they'll take a look into the future. We have prepared answers for the ideas that were raised in the preliminary discussion to do with student media's future. And then you have the time to ask questions, comment, and then we will vote. So how do we timeline? How did we end here? And in 2019, Chief Editor Emilia Manmo discharged themselves. And then we decided that the student media will be on hiatus. And during this hiatus, we aim to answer the questions of what our members want and to receive options on how to implement student media. Kaskas Media was chosen as the creator of the survey, and 1 year ago they gave us the survey results. The Representative Council at the time was not satisfied with the survey and felt that it lacked substance, and they wanted information on, for example, editorial things, such as taxation benefits in regards to the amount of printed media. And we decided to return the question to preparation, and we need to make a new survey on how to create student media in a means that is sustainable. This year, with the Representative Council, we have created this proposal with focus. We've heard group speeches and individual speeches and gotten some direction on whether or not what the Student Representative Council wants and how should the student media be created. You've already been participated, the RepCo, with creating the competitive tendering, and Elon Kanat has made this survey. And in the summer we made this future workshop in which we had participants from groups. And in the last meeting we had this preliminary discussion where Elon Kanat was presenting with these results, and we went through the board's template at that. And today we are making a decision on this future of student media, hopefully. So this 18-month saga is drawing to a close. Hopefully we can get a decision. Here a few points on the surveys. So within the last 1.5 years we have gathered these surveys. They have been for you, for your information and your needs. We aim to find answers to the questions and to gather as much information as possible to support you in your decision-making process. So all the material that's been gathered for you is the Kaskas Media survey from last year, aim of which was to find the needs of members for Aino and to have a suggestion on its future. This year we have the Elon Kanat survey. We had very specific goal. We wanted to find out how could we create student media more cheaply and to find clear options for the cost framework and publishing options, especially the costs of multimedia platforms. Then we have the gathered discussions and the board's template, which have been sent to you on your email boxes, and which opens up our finances, etc., which is what the template is based on. So here, as a reminder, is that the board's template is that the Aalto Student Union will not create student media, and the student media will not have budget for 2021. And here are the main points on why the board is suggesting this. In short, which is that AYYE members' needs, our resources and our finances. When talk about our members and student media, the question is pretty much that we don't really know what our members want. And do they want student media that much? Are they reading student media? Do they feel that it's important? Do they feel that it's anything that you want us to spend money on? On a big level, we don't know if student media is an important service to our members. And our surveys, the bad part is that we have a very small answering percentage. The latest survey was made in 2018, and we had about less than 5% of members And of those 5%, 60% never read Aino. And the surveys also support the fact that our members feel more important, and a larger portion of our members feel that more important are, for example, facilities, operational grants, single rental spaces, AYYE activities, and volunteer activities. This is something to reiterate, is that the board does not say that student media is without value. We feel that student media has value, but today it is the decision of you, the Reps and Council, on what kind of services do we want to prioritize and what is most important to our members within our resources, which are not infinite but rather finite. And also on our resources, for 18 months we've been on hiatus, and AYY's best knowledge of the will of the Repco is that if you want a student media, it would be pretty different from what we had previously. It would be this kind of a strong multimedia platform. So it's not about just starting an activity that we've ended, but this is something that we build entirely from scratch. And we've also had a new operational manager, new financial manager, new managers of all kinds, a new Reps and Council. So we've kind of lost all the information and the knowledge that we had back in the day. We have a new board and everything. And Aino was usually under AYYE Palvelu Limited. Under the umbrella, this is a separate corporation. This is something that was not sensible, that Aino was below that. So it should be changed to be somewhere else. Would it be an entirely different company of its own? It should be set up, decide the board, what kind of relationship does it have with AYYE, what kind of strength AYYE has over it. And if this magazine editorial would be straight under AYYE, we should think on who has the managing responsibility, which is binding to the person legally, to that individual regarding some activities, and you need to prioritize those tasks to that of non-legally binding tasks. In addition, the chief editor has a different kind of work contract from our staff members at the office, which of course creates thought. The board's thought was that it's important for us that our basic activities are safeguarded. If we want to create this kind of student media, it would require at least 3 staff members worth of resources, 1+1 board member, at least for 12 months. And our best depiction here is that we do not afford this as of yet, because these working hours are something that's away from something else. And of course this creation would create a lot of burden for our management. So our financial management and communications would be very, very key players, which need to take a stance on this issue and use a lot of work time for this. Another point is that also surveys cost money and is expensive. Then we also get to these budget frameworks that we had in the last Reps and Council meeting. I tried to open this up very clearly, that how the student media link with our financials. Here's a simplified example of our budget framework and the relation to our student media. So this dotted line is our operational activity budget. 550,000 euros we get from our investment funds. It is the sustainable level that our financial real estate committee professionals have given us. That's how much we can take. Last year, when we were creating the budget, we had the 2020 budget. Student media was budgeted over the top, so past the framework. And in the same meeting, the Reps Council deemed the board to make sustainable financial decisions in the future, which means that we would aim to get the budget below the dotted line, and if we take in new activities, we need to actually think of how, if it's an investment that we can actually make, which is why the number 2 option here with the Red Cross is something that we cannot as a board propose. We cannot be sensible and commit to going under the dotted line and then surpass it. So, but with what happens practically is that we need to take from the purple bar, which free about 50k, which means cutting down on some services, be it 30k or 60k or whatever the budget be. This is something that needs to happen.
Then some more graphs. This is a simplified example for 2020 budget, income and expenses, how in our association sector the kind of the budget balance works. So here on the scales we have income and expenses. So here income in violet, in the violet color we have budget framework and our membership fees, and in the expenses we have our operations such as one-time rental facilities, events, volunteers, operating grants. Of course the rental facilities also bring income, but we usually rent them at such low prices that they bring more expenses than income in total. Here in the student media, if we add the student media expenses here, it would upset the balance and it would kind of compete with our other operations. So how could we fix this? Well, we have three options. We can increase our income, for example, by increasing our budget framework, which is possible as a one-time action. And our financial situation is such that we could do it if you feel that it's important and that we should continue with the student media. But in the long term, we shouldn't do that. Our financial committee does not recommend this, that every year, for like the next 10 or 20 years, we would each year increase the budget framework. And also the board doesn't want to propose the budget framework to be increased because of the student media. We also could get the income for the student media through increasing membership fees. So we have, for example, 40 to 75,000 euros budgeted for student media. That would mean that we would need to increase the membership fee by this amount, 2.85 euros to 5.35 euros. But here we should really think that is this a service that members actually want and want to pay for. Then if you look at the expenses, well, what's important here is that we need to look at it through different functions, because we cannot just take small slices off from all over. We should look at that which of our operations or functions are most important. And according to the board's proposal about this issue is that according to our member surveys, we don't really have the grounds for stating that student media would be more important to our members than, for example, our events. And there's also a question that how could we afford student media before? As I mentioned before, the student media has been entered under AYYE services, AYYE, which is a separate company, separate entity, and we think that it cannot be used to fund our association activities. There's also been financial and liquidity problems with this AYYE company, and since 2019 we have changed how we enter Aino into the budget, the expenses. So there are very different ways to enter our financial numbers into the budget, how to report them. We tried to make it more easily comparable, more transparent every year, so that both the board members and council could make the best decisions possible. Now, for example, in the operation budget for our association sector, there are expenses there that have not been visible there, have not been entered there before. So we really don't even know that if we could have actually afforded the student media before, we just haven't kind of shown it to you, because now we want to be more transparent, so that you would see clearly our incomes and expenses. But then there's the idea that could we use the real estate sector for this. with our real estate policy, it's defined there that we cannot use our real estate income to fund our non-profit activities. We could use them if we could sell some properties. We could use that to fund non-profit activities, but we don't have any properties now to sell. And it's also not very advisable to transform our housing properties into investment properties. And also ARA buildings cannot even be transformed this way. And also our real estate side resources have been transferred over to the real estate sector's budget. And we think this is prudent to do this. But if we want to change it, it's a lengthy process. And then about the answers to some of the questions raised during the last preliminary discussion about the student media. One of the questions was that, can we predict AYY's finances, the development of AYY's finances and resource use to find out when we could start producing student media again after the this possible hiatus? There are some thoughts from the preliminary discussion. One was that we already have this internet website platform for Aino, that we could use it to highlight articles from example, our guild magazines, guild papers. This is a great idea. Well, of course, it would require resources from our communication side, so it's not totally free. And also a question that could the student magazine be done purely by volunteers? Well, the important to note here is that we, in addition to volunteers, we also need resources from communications and also from producers. So because this volunteership is not always completely free, because we also need someone to coordinate it. And also the availability of volunteer resources varies, and so it becomes kind of difficult to base it entirely on volunteer resources. And then if we would enter into our strategy that we want to have a student media, this is possible if you want to enter this into our new strategy, but I think it was kind of a backwards for our strategy process and would kind of tie the hands of our future people working with AYYE. Our proposal is not to enter this into the strategy about student media, because we'll have the preliminary discussion about the strategy only later in the autumn. So if we would decide today that we will enter student media into our strategy, then we wouldn't actually know that what other things we will enter into strategy and what to deprioritize or prioritize over the student media in the strategy. Also important points about our finances. You should know that if we now decide not to establish a student media, it doesn't mean that this is the only place where we'll kind of modify our finances. Because if we want to, in a sustainable way, want to be within our budget framework, we need to look at all of our operations in a new way, consider how we use our money. And this is very much related to our long-term financial planning. Also, the student center really affects all of our finances in all sectors in the future. Because we decide to build the student center, we decide to invest money in it, it will have a big impact on our financial situation in the future. And the budget for our association sector. It also affects our kind of flexibility and possibilities to try out new things. And a few words about our long-term financial planning and resources. You have raised very good questions in the preliminary discussion, and I understand the question about when our finances are stable enough to restart our student media activities. But unfortunately, we really don't have any kind of clear numbers or dates to give to you, because we still don't have kind of a comprehensive understanding of our current situation. But we believe that once the long-term financial plan is finished, or once it starts in earnest, it would give us a better view on what we can do in the future, what kind of changes to do in order to enable us to restart our student media activities. And also, if you want the student media to be entered into one of our documents to send the message to future people here that it's important, then we think it would be better to enter it into the long-term financial plan instead of the strategy. Because then we could keep it in mind when doing the budget that student media needs to fit in within the expenses. But of course, it's good to take into account that if you decide to do this, then the money we use for student media is money away from somewhere else. Also, as a reminder, kind of a final thoughts on the board's proposal. We have a great community that does all kinds of new things, new experiments. But if we say yes to everything, it will not work out. We also need to know when to say no, and we, the board, feels that now is a point when we need to say no, use our resources for something else. The board feels that the responsible decision here is one that respects the sustainability of both our finances and our personal resources. So today we will make a principled decision about the student media. It is your task to now weigh the value of student media for the Aalto community. If you feel that our student community needs to have a student media, you also need to take a stand on what kind of consequences it will have for our finances. So as a reminder from the preliminary discussion, this slide, so if you decide that we will continue the student media, you also need to make a decision about the budget and also kind of give instructions to the board how to take this new budget, how to take these expenses for the student media into account. So should we increase the framework, increase membership fees, or remove some of our activities, operations, to reduce expenses? Yes, before starting the discussion, as a reminder, if you have a proposal for change to the board's proposal, please send them via the form found on inside. And remember also you need to have a backer if you want to make some kind of other proposal than the board's one. We will, in any case, have a vote at the end of the discussion about the decision. And as a reminder, there are very big topics here today to discuss, so please please hold your speeches here in front through this microphone. Also respect others when speaking and keep your comments short. And also you don't need to reiterate someone else's point several times. Yes, opening discussion. Yes, please keep your hands up if you want to request the floor. Miettinen from Vihreän Aalto. Our group doesn't have a counter proposal for this item, and I think it's very unfortunate. I try to keep it short, but it will be kind of difficult. Our group this raised a lot of thoughts in us when we went through this issue, and we think it's very unfortunate that even though the board has this very comprehensive presentation of why we don't have the resources to produce student media next year, and also our group doesn't have the resources to find an alternative solution. So even though we've asked information from the board about resources, how to reorganize them, it has been very clear that in a month this kind of a rearrangement cannot be done. But this presentation is based on the fact that we don't have resources for student media next year. But what if we think about the long term? Because 18 months ago, we started looking into this by looking into what kind of aina should be. Ellunkano and Kaskas Media both find good answers to this. But now the decision revolves around the fact that next year we will not have a student media. But we think that this doesn't look enough into the future. Also, we talked about how to prioritize these different operations of AYYE. We've never had kind of a influence or say about how these would be their relationship to our other activities. There are also a lot of events in Otaniemi without AYYE, but there will not be a student media without AYYE. So these, based on these ideas, we want to propose a project for the action plan, which would look next year into how our community sector activities could be reorganized, what should be deprioritized in order for us to have a student media after next year. After this, the Representative Council could make a decision whether student media is more important than these other functions that we have. But of course, for this month, it's not the right question to think about this. Because now we looked at this kind of our expenses this year or next year. But if we look at this more in the long term, our group is not ready to kind of bury Aino or a student media forever. I also think it's very unfortunate for the process because we've used a lot of time and resources for this to look into what student media should be like. So this was kind of surprising, this proposal, this suggestion that we cannot afford student media. I don't want to point fingers, also I just want to raise the question that could we have had this discussion already before using all this kind of resources on what Aino should be like? Could we have looked at this question earlier? I wonder if I made all of my points. Well, the main point is the kind of, I think it's very unfortunate that I'm a part of the Representative Council which decides that we will not have student media at least for a year. I really don't think that it's not good for the community that we don't have any kind of journalistic activities. But I will return to this when we talk about the action plan. So now I've made my point regarding this item. First Emil. Vilma Voltti. I want to say that I'm very personally disappointed with the board and their issues that are factually, some of them are factually incorrect. AYYE has long branded itself as an enabler, as a supporter of different activities, and by kind of preventing our volunteers from doing Aino with just volunteers, saying that it still costs too much, I don't think it's justified, and it's very frustrating to me. Thank you. Hermilia, if you want to comment at this point. Yes, thank you for the good comments. First answer Vihreämpi Aaltos. Critique. Yes, I understand your frustration about that we don't have the answers for these resources when looking into the future, because this is very much also about the fact that I don't know what you want to do, the Representative Council. Because when we talk about our functions, our operations, it starts to start something new in a situation where many of our projects, when we start a new project, we don't fully know what it obliges us to do, which leads to a situation where our projects kind of expand and take up more resources than initially planned. So the future is kind of unclear also because of that, because it's difficult for us to prepare scenarios because we cannot prepare for everything. And for the budget, I think it's not justified to say that it's kind of a surprise that we will not have a student media, because every year when we do the budget, we always have the same fight about what we can do with the 50,000 euros. Last year we have 75,000 euros exceeding the framework for Aino, and I hope that it's clear to everyone that money is the issue also this year. And also a comment to Emil, that if you felt from our proposal that volunteership is too expensive, it's not our point and not our intention to say that. Or that also volunteer student media is too expensive for us. Of course we could have a completely volunteer-based student media, but you should also take into account that it's not completely volunteer-based, it also takes personal resources at the office. So we need to plan it correctly. So you can make this proposal to make a completely volunteer-based student media, but if we would have this, then we also need to think about our guidelines of Aino, and also how we can kind of steer this volunteer-based media. Because I believe that the Representative Council also wants to kind of influence what kind of vision or direction this volunteer-based student media will have, in the same way as you decide who will be the editor-in-chief. Yes, you can request the floor if you have more requests. Vaikuttaminen from Vihreämpi Aalto. Now, since we are most likely talking about abolishing Aino, is that our associations and our student union would pay more attention to the position and of minorities in our associations and in our student union, because if we decide to discontinue Aino, then the possibilities of our minorities to bring forth the unequal treatment they have faced will be weaker, because they can do this through AYYE, and then it will be communicated publicly if AYYE decides to do so. But since we've had has been voiced that our communicational resources are kind of insufficient, then we mean this kind of improved treatment would happen behind closed doors. If Aino is discontinued, then also all the people's understanding towards each other, especially towards minorities, would suffer. And I fear that AYYE that will become more white, straight, cisgendered, our community, because of this. So I'm kind of afraid that this kind of a chasm between Finnish and international students will increase, since we don't have this kind of a media that would bring people together. And also when we don't have this media that looks at things critically, it may happen that we may protect privileged majority peoples and their egos than the good of the minorities. I also want to point out that this doesn't mean that the stories about AYYE in the media will not stop. It will probably mean that they will become more polarized. That when in the media there's something written about in AYYE, in the commercial newspapers and magazines, they will be even more dramatic, kind of a clickbait pieces, and stories that are not like this will not get noticed. Yes, that was it from me. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Other requests for floor?
Yeah, so thank you for the discussions again. And firstly, I'd like to say that I agree with a lot of points made by Green or Alta, particularly about the role of media, particularly under this situation. I find it disappointing that if we were not to allocate any money, because there were a lot of good suggestions made in the Elonkanat, for example, proposal, as well as by Nico last time, about the fact that just giving some resources is better than none. And I think this is a chance for coming up with creative solutions with lower budgets rather than excluding budget discussions about media at all. Particularly under this situation, I think we're going to have less events, we're going to have less chances to bring the community together. So I think the media is one of the best ways to do that. And if the AYY's mission is to create the best student life in the world, I believe the media has a role to play in that. Thank you.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you at this stage. Do you have any other requests for the floor? So I have lots of speeches for Aino. We have not seen any proposals for change, however. Any requests for the floor? Emilia wants to say the final words. Oh yes, I can speak in Finnish. In regards to budgeting, it's good to notice that the Representative Council can make decisions to budget money to student media, but when thinking of the Elonkanat survey, it's something you need to keep in mind, that the lowest possible budget that they have given us is 40,000 euros, which is based on the fact that if we'd have a full-time or an 80% work time chief editor, their staff costs would be 30,000 a year. When thinking of volunteer-based solutions, of course, we're talking about less money, but I believe that we can create a small budget, like if we talk about budgeting, and Monica will be presenting you with the template. There is a proposal that we would increase communications with 15,000. That would on its own part enable that at the same time when we communicate about our all activities more to our member base, we may of course take into account activities when planning next year and how to allocate resources. Thank you. Any request for the floor for this item? I depict that no, because this is a significant decisions. We will make an open voting slip vote. So we have no proposals for change that have been presented at this stage. So 2 people understood that they don't have their voting slips. So if you feel that you do not have your voting slips, this is the time to grab them. Short moment, we'll take the voting options. The board's template is the only suggestion, which is that if you vote for the template, you will vote blue. If you are against the template, vote red. White means indifference in this case. So the proposal is that the Aalto University Student Union will not produce student media, and no money will be budgeted for student media for 2021. Are the members ready? Vote. picture? What say the vote counters? Pretty unanimous. Nearly unanimous, so the board's template is the choice. So, the closing discussion, and the motion is that in accordance with the preliminary proposal of the board, the representative council decided that the Aalto University Student Union will not publish student media nor budget funds for the media for 2021. Decided. Final comments from the board. Thank you to all members for the time you've spent in this project and good and constructive comments you've sent. Especially it's been really nice to discuss this and do the work. So congratulations for what I think is a good decision. Also like to thank for the discussions that we have had throughout the year. Thank you for very good speeches. Closing item 10. And at this stage we'll have a short break. So grab some oxygen, drink some water. We will see in 10 minutes. Meeting break at 18:44. Okay, let us continue. Opening the meeting at 18:56. Excuse me. And opening up item 11, decision on the strategic goals of corporate relations, with Himonen presenting. Yes. Gonna get the slides out so we can start. In the material. That package of slides. There we go. There we go. Good evening on my part. Continuing with a topic that is very familiar to you, in which we had the preliminary discussion last meeting. This is something that should be a short discussion, because what I read last meeting and the silence that followed, what I interpret from the silence is that we are pretty much on the same page. We have the option to a few questions as well if we have some. So we may be on the same page. Let's do a quick follow-up. So, strategic goals of corporate relations. And quickly, let's have a recap on what accepting the template will mean. Looks like we have the indentations are screwed up, but don't let that bother you. First and foremost, the Representative Council will accept the presented strategic goals to guide AYY's corporate relations in the future. So that's what you will be accepting if you accept this thing. So these will guide AYY's corporate relations in the upcoming years. So that's one of the key points in this issue. And as a follow-up of this, it's good to note that the goals will affect AYY's strategy and the year 2021 plan of work. Of course, next year's actions. So this is a clarification, so it doesn't come as a surprise. The strategy committee may put this under advisement already. We'll discuss this at the committee as well. I don't really have anything else. I have the goals here. They haven't changed. Here they are in their glory. A few phrases of reiteration. So number one, being that AYY's corporate relations is the go-to partner to Finland's future for employers when discussing the knowledge and the specialists in Finland in the future. And as a specific knowledge basis, that CR promotes the benefit of well-being of being a volunteer to the business world. And especially this international know-how is something that I wanted some more information on. Hopefully you've sent some more information on that. And last but not least is that AYY provides associations with the resources necessary to form and maintain a network of alumni and companies relevant to their fields. And if needs be, to support them in their own corporate relationship activities. And then, this last slide, we have this more separated part, is that if you have any questions at this stage, we have a few minutes for that. But we may move to deciding as well. Do you have any comments or questions? Looks like no. Thank you. Closing discussions. The proposal is that the Representative Council decide to approve the strategic objectives and set out in the appendix to guide AYY's corporate relations in the future. Decided. Thank you. Closing item 11, moving on to item 12. The special status application of the Data Guild ry. Nora, if please, we have a representative from Data Guild ry. Give the right of attendance at this stage. As a clarification, Emmi Kotilainen and Alena Chebieva. Hopefully I have pronounced the name correctly. Residence and right to speak. Hello. So next up we will have the Data Guild Special Status Association application. First off, as a reiteration that what Special Status Association means. Hopefully you've heard from this earlier, but repetition is key to remembering. So according to our current regulation, the Representative Council gives special status to associations that are applying for it. The requirements are that they have their first list. Same as that of the first list. They need to be representatives of a specific group of students, be a major, for example. They need to do advocacy at the university organs of trust. They need to communicate with the corporate world. They need to cooperate with the other special status associations and the student union. This is something that it's kind of a full potential is reached after receiving this status. They need to guide and integrating new students and to promote a diverse student union activity. Special status associations receive benefits, that of the first list. There's operational grants and etc., etc. In addition, they get support and guidance from the student union in regards to advocacy, receiving new students, etc. And all special status associations have a godparent from the board. They also have the right to participate in committees, do preliminary reservations of our single rental spaces before other associations, and to gather their own membership fee in addition to that of the student union when signing up. Now we have Data Guild AYYE. Hopefully you've read their application. It is in English. If you read the Finnish version, it's a translation. If there's something weird, ask the English people to write. I noticed that we had some community terms that were wonky in terms of translations. So Data Science Association, First List Association, so the First List Association requirements have been passed. So this is very new. It was set up in 2019, last year. And quickly to look at what this application contains in terms of the requirements. Largest portion of the members are members of Data Science program, which is in English. And currently we have 65 members, which is a good focus that they represent the English-speaking side of tuition students, which we haven't had previously. And our advocacy, and we do that. We are in the data science program. We affect things there. In addition, in the bachelor program training council. And also we have a coordinator in the board. We also have interaction with corporations, and of course we will do that more in the future because the coronavirus situation is making everything a mess. And cooperation with other special status associations, we already do that. We have, of course, this will be strengthened once if we could, of course, attend the committees if we receive the status. And it's nice that we've reiterated that in addition to cooperating with other associations, we also work with other students of international programs, or English-speaking programs.
Uusien opiskelijoiden opastus ja integrointi on tällä hetkellä jaettu tietokillan kanssa yhdessä, mutta siitä olisi enemmän tarkoitusta tulevaisuudessa.
Data should take more responsibility for first years. And this year's orientation weeks, we have our own events. And Data Guild received the AYYE. They received the AYYE 2019 Fuchs Education Pioneer Award. And the goal is to develop English-speaking students and their opportunities to participate in student culture and to fill the roles what special status associations don't have the main role of promoting English-speaking students, and to, of course, activities and create events. So then we have some questions and some points. I was asked regarding the subject. It's been a source of a bit of wondering. So the community framework project development and how does this adding a new association would affect this situation. And in this regulation and its update is still ongoing. The truth is that even in the best of circumstances, even if we could get the update done this year, we don't have any chance to make any changes within the year. So it's kind of a transition phase is still ongoing, and we're not that far in the process that we could actually say that becoming a list association of a second list is useless, actually quite on the contrary. And this will not change the fact that in this classification we will evaluate how associations are classified. So we're not making any sort of kind of a policy on how our new associations will act. We are still working according to the old system. So. And we wondered about the guild meeting. As a clarification, the guild meeting regulation defines what our members are. So it automatically does not mean that it would be a guild member meeting, but it is noteworthy that the guild assembly or the guild within the guild assembly we need to discuss on how do we have members coming or leaving, so what are the criterion. And in the last meeting I think we mentioned so the goal was that within this year we would have the first meeting arranged, but of course the coronavirus situation is making a mess of everything. And also the ICT department, how the majors are changing. Do we have new programs, finished, whatever? Programs are coming, but it's good to notice that the situation, it's really hard to take this into account. At this stage, we cannot make decisions based on what might happen and what might not. But we need to make decisions on what things are right now. But it's a good point that we need to take this into account when renewing the classifications and how that's flexible. That we have many changes. It needs to be taken into account. So the template is that the Representative Council would give special status to Data Guild ry. Any questions? We have some Data Guild representatives here. And that's about it. Comments, questions, etc. Thank you. So opening discussions. Visa, if you please. Polariskisma. So a quick comment that from these English-speaking bachelor programs we've known since 2017 when that we heard that this is up and coming. That here we've had this sort of 3 years that AYYE and generally the community has to be preparing that we will have a new demographic of students being English-speaking people, and within these 3 years, at least my knowledge has been that AYYE hasn't really known that what's this new demographic place in this community would be. And I hope that this will be notified and thought through when this project is moving forward. But with the current special status associations, Data Guild will deserve its place among the second list, but I believe that this will still be kind of a mixing thing. That's it. Thank you. Anybody want to request the floor at this stage? Looks like no requests for the floor have been submitted, so we'll move on. Onwards, thank you to Data Guild ry. As a notification that if you come and actually you're present in the meeting, there's still some snacks left out in the hallway. So if you feel like eating snacks, go and eat some snacks. So closing discussions. Move on to deciding. The motion was that the Representative Council decided to grant the special status to the Data Guild. Closing item 12, moving on to item 13, which is the preliminary debate for the 2021 budget and long-term financial planning, with Monika Kivimäki presenting. Good evening. So a preliminary discussion on the 2021 budget and long-term financial planning. We started this year a bit earlier with our long-term financial planning and budgeting, that we've noticed that in the latest years we've received comments that the Representative Council hadn't had the time to affect things when we were actually in the preliminary discussion phase or decisions on budgets have been made. 2 times we've done these preliminary discussions with the leadership or management group, And in the board and in the Financial Real Estate Committee, we've done a single round. And as we noticed that when we started this at the start of the fall, this affected the student media discussion as well. We'll start from long-term financial planning. So this affects both budgeting and as well as our strategy and the process. The fact that we managed to surpass our budget framework, we promised as an office on the long-term plan that we need to do this kind of long-term financial planning, which has been taken. We've done that before, but this is something that we received as a requirement that in decision making we aim to create solutions that will help us reach the framework in the future, and no more cutbacks need to be made. And the goal also was that in the future we would have financial situations where we can enable new things, and that when budgeting we wouldn't need to think on what to cut from. And we want to be a community where we can say yes to things, but we can also out-prioritize things when making new things. We acknowledged at the end of last year that digitalization and focusing on digitalization and prioritization of activities is something that we need to focus on. And this is from last year. This slide is from last year. We started at the end of last year, of course, that start to evaluate the current status, and especially when we've had new management, and we have management changing, the representative council changed at the start of this year. We evaluated the current situation even more. Why are we in this situation? We will have a lot of capital. Our liquidity is solid, and why we need to think of budgeting. Why we need to think of do we have money to create things? And throughout the year we've evaluated this at what do we do, what are we doing, how are we doing, and why are we doing things? And we've tried to include things. We've analyzed our reporting structure. That 1 year ago I decreed that we could get some numbers for decision making in a different manner than what I can do currently. But the evaluation of the current situation is in a good situation in a sense that we can evaluate the analysis on. We have the strategy process, and at the same time we need to think of the financial side of things. Why has this been slower? Because of the coronavirus, partially, and of course brought us the reality that the current situation may be something that's very different from what it is even now, and we need to be able to cope in special circumstances. And the latest at this stage is very clear that the scenarios is something that we need to utilize to plan the future. There will be unsure possibilities in the future, but today, of course, we have even more so than regularly. About what we will propose to the Representative Council at the end of November is a bit unclear, and I would like some comments from you now or after the meeting on what the long-term financial plan document should look like that you will be approving at the end of next month. And I'd see that long-term planning is more a question of an ongoing process. It needs to be something that is there when making decisions based things, and in the Representative Council need to think on what the certain decisions will actually mean in the long term. And That's something that we've actually done. That when we talk about long-term planning or middle-term planning or medium-term planning, it's something that we actually forecast the next 5 years and what the financial situation will look like. We can, of course, with activities, we can make this kind of planning 5 years forward, but regrettably, the changes to the situation will come. But the bigger picture is that what we need to do as AYYE, what we also did talk last year, was that we need to make an investment plan because we have lots of big projects coming up. And based on that, I'm not actually sure that we know that we've done the entire year. We've done our maintenance evaluations, new investments, and new things affecting the financial situation. It might not be that we might have a document ready next month that we can accept, but regardless, as we noticed today, financial things on a long-term basis, when we're making this politics and planning, we have done more of that than at least what we did last year. I think it's all in all very important that we have lots of decisions coming up, lots of important things that we would take it into account that when we plan things, we account for financial situations and financial decisions, financial factors, so that the decisions that we make are based on the resources that we have and what we need, and we ensure that when we do an act, it's that at the same time we've evaluated the budget and our resources that we have the necessary resources both in time and finance terms. And in parts of next year, in regards to next year, we also need to decide the plan of work and the budget at the end of November. But at the same time, we have at the end of the year, we'll have to approve the strategy and the long-term financial plan and the investment program as a document of some sort. I'm not sure on what kind they will actually be. And with the current information we need to have in the future, we need to have the up-and-coming strategy investment program in place.
Here the title says that the elements of the long-term financial plan. It's not a very extensive material here, but then I noticed that I won't have the time to talk, for example, about how we could use our real estate properties to fund association activities in the future. But here are some elements that we, with the board and the financial committee and the leadership and the management group, have talked about. So the first is kind of our new motto, that do less, but in a better, more visible, profitable and sustainable way. And so that would make sure that we can also do new things or bring old things, old projects back once we have a sure financial base and decision-making base. But also I want to say that our previous decision makers, I don't want to criticize them, but we do so much that our reporting is so complicated that when the decision makers change, it may lead to a situation where we do not kind of remember to show everything in our figures in the budget. But the important thing is that we tried to find solutions quickly to make our operations more profitable, more sustainable. So on the budgeting slide, there's mentioned that we cannot do quick cuts, because the quick cuts don't actually mean that we will increase our overall profitability. But I think the kind of biggest thing that we've recognized, where we can be more profitable, also in the shorter term, is this rental of facilities and vehicles, and not so much on personal costs. So we get more profit out of them than before. And also events overall, to try to make them more profitable. In order to have our finances in such shape that we can also implement new ideas. Also the scaling of our community activities to be more in accordance with our donations and corporate cooperation profits. That's a thing we want to change now. And we also see a lot of potential there. But we see that they're kind of linking them to our community operations is prudent. Also kind of weighing the amount of resources we use to assist associations, both in terms of giving advice and giving money, is very much connected to the community structures project. And through that we can make sure that we give assistance in an equal manner and that we can also control our resources better. How much resources we use to, time and money we use to assist associations. Also another big thing is this new sources of income or financing, to kind of brainstorm new sources actively. This is much connected to our real estate and related analysis. Hopefully we'll get that for the November's meeting. So this is kind of about the situation of the long-term planning basis for the preliminary discussion. Now let's move on to budgeting. We started the preliminary discussion, prepared for preliminary discussion in August. The idea was that we cannot present to you a budget that would be within the 550,000 euro framework. Because our goal that was set a long time ago was 500,000, but even 550,000 was very challenging to stay within that. And also we didn't yet think about this kind of discontinuation of the student media. But now when we've analyzed our financial situation more, we found that this goal for the framework would need to be 550,000 euros. Sort of kind of ideas for you for the budgeting. The starting point is that how we have looked at our costs, how to cut back on them. Why is it so difficult to cut on things? Could we increase our budget framework? Or how could we reach the framework objective set to us by people before us? About 18 months ago, when I started in my task, there's a lot of comments from the Representative Council that our personnel costs have increased, our expenses have increased. That's why I reported to the previous Representative Council of how our personnel costs have increased and why. It's true, they have increased. But it's also good to kind of see the big picture about the development expenses of our association activities during these 10 years. which this graph is about. Because the trend has not been growing. Actually, the costs of our association activities have decreased. So at the start we had more about for legal expenses, that's why there's kind of a big jumps there, but spikes. But now when you look at the cost structure of our association activities, we can see that salaries and HR costs take up 53% of our expenses. There are a lot of all these kind of compulsory expenses that we really cannot cut back on, like admin costs. We should do a lot of things ourselves. We tried to keep our expenses in check, so that's we got saved in places where it's easier to save. And we also had our work cut out for us, more work every year, more people. But still, in recent years, in association activities, the expenses for salaries and HR have not increased. It's kind of more stabilized, the amount of people we employ. There's also the pressure for expenses to increase in salaries, because according to the collective agreement, we have to raise people's salaries during within fixed periods. Of course, this doesn't mean that we cannot save on anything in this regard, but by cutting little bits from everything is very difficult, because this will affect the services offered to our members. And another thing that we consider a lot is that where does this 500 or 550,000 euros in the framework, where has it come from? We really wanted to propose to you that also the financial head committee would say that we could expand, grow our framework, increase it, because our investment portfolio has also increased tremendously. Our asset managers have been very successful in their work, and we've also sold our real estate properties over the years, which have given us money that we could have invested once again. So the original idea was that, well, why couldn't we increase the budget framework? But the financial committee also considered that it would not be very sustainable to increase it. And we also wanted to make sure that this 555,000 euros, want to kind of clarify where does this number come from. The financial committee has said that, stated that it's 2.5% profit from our investment portfolio that we can use to fund our association activities, so that it will be on a sustainable basis. So if there are years when our investments take a dip, we would not be in too much trouble. Because this investment framework has been determined in 2011. If you look at it, in 2011, our investment portfolio was worth about 20 million euros. So if we multiply that by 2.5%, we see that that's the 500,000 euros. So that's probably where this 500,000 euros for the budget framework comes from. I have it here on the second bullet point, this partially in green, that the portfolio is comprised partially of funds, the purpose of use of which is elsewhere. So when we analyzed this, we saw that we really can't just increase the budget framework. And when drafting our investment program, which we're doing now, we also have to consider what kind of projects do we want to use our investments in? What is their purpose? Are the purpose to fund our association activities or for something else? The profit from our investments. And there are policies. We're planning to do big things regarding them. We also thought about that. Where do we take the money for this? But we also decided that we think about that only later. Or that we've decided differently, like different decisions on what to use this investment money on or how to fund the investments. And as Milja already said in her presentation, some of our free funds must be used for our housing operations, according to our real estate policy. Of course, it's up to you to decide if you want to change this policy, but we have our investment portfolio, where in its report doesn't really take a stand on what the funds are earmarked for. Here are graphs of how to calculate the budget, how should we calculate the budget framework, based on what. This is just kind of a rough draft, but it's very clear that some of our investments are invested in real estate companies, some are in the TDE fund, the profits of which are used for operations, but not through AYYE's association activities. They also have some sales profits from selling our properties, which should be used in the real estate property operations. There's also the scholarship fund, which have their own regulations according to which we cannot use the scholarship funds to fund our association activities directly. But a rough estimated that we have 26 million euros, which have not been earmarked to anything. That hasn't been defined what they should be used on. And it's also kind of peculiar that if we take 2.5% from this 26 million euros, then it's pretty close to the framework we have this year. But it's more just because of chance, not because of anything intended. So we have a lot of targets where we could use this investment profits on. For example, the student center, which is also a topic of discussion when talking about the budget. I think sometime it was decided that the student center will be funded through donations and fundraising. But at some point it has also been stated that we could take out a loan for it. But it was decided that we shouldn't finance it only with loaned money. Also, decision making should be based on using money that's all been income that's all been realized, for example, the sale of Dipoli on the student center. So if you look at this 26 million euros, if we would use some of that for student center, which would cost 8 million euros, then it means that we will have a kind of smaller sum of money as this kind of a basis for our investments, which would give us even more profits. So even if this is very kind of a simple model, rough draft, it's also good to acknowledge that when we make big financial decisions, then we also need to consider where do we get the money for our future investments. And also if we use our investment money for something else, then it will also mean less profits from investments. Here we have a graph about our investment framework and their realized values, realized numbers in practice. So this yellow arrow, yellow line here has been our objective framework, 500,000 euros. Green, we have our budget, the deficit, and also the realized numbers on light blue. I think here it's good to note that our budget framework has steered our activities very well, and quite a lot. But the question is that, is the budget frame the most important thing every year? That we have the 550,000 euros, that we stay within that. Is that the number one priority? I'm not quite certain myself. So that's why I wanted to also hear your opinions on it. Whether it's important every year or during some years. But what I'm certain of is that we shouldn't, in the long term, we shouldn't increase the budget framework permanently. Because there are a lot of things that affect, for example, our money we can use for investments. Will it be smaller or bigger than now? So there are a lot of questions regarding the investments, a lot of open questions. Because we want to use these investments for projects, then we cannot increase the budget framework, and also the investment market is very volatile, very uncertain at the moment. So even though we are now at almost the same level as at the turn of the year, experts have said that it's more difficult to get these certain profits in the future than it has been before, because of the corona situation. And as a side note, we should also prepare for the elimination of automatic membership by increasing the money we have for investments. But yes, after this very long introductory speech, the starting point for our budgeting is that, as was mentioned in many speeches in the previous meeting, and also at this meeting, the situation we find ourselves in is that we would hope that we wouldn't talk about whether to cut back on personal costs at the office, because in this situation we are in, people still have their work cut out for them. So if we cut back on personnel, then it would mean that the remaining people, their workload will increase. So it's more like to see kind of a deprioritization in our operations, or do things in a more sustainable and profitable way. And we also think that this 500,000 euro framework is not realistic for 2021, because this 550,000 euro framework for 2021 would also mean that we have to do some cuts or find some money from somewhere. And in addition to cuts, it may also mean increase in membership fees, more profitable facilities, more profitable events, or more budgeted profits from corporate cooperation. So in order that in November we can have a budget proposal that you can influence, and also that we can draft a budget proposal that we don't need to cut more on after we have used a lot of time and resources to draft the budget. The idea has been that we'd now rather use these specific specifications for the framework with function or sector specific items. And then the people responsible for these items of expenditure start doing the actual budgeting before we move from bottom to top in the budgeting. But now we're trying it the other way around. So if we do this kind of sector-specific budgets, so that we can reach this 550,000 euros framework, then we need to do it so that we need to have some principles. One of them would be that we will not cut back on personnel costs, and that we need to reserve at least 50,000 euros more in our IT expenses than previous year, because we have enter more IT expenses in our reports than before, because of our changed policies for these entries. And also kind of a pressure to also add resources to our IT side and digital sector. And the idea behind that, why we definitely need to cut back on something, is that if we change the budgeting style for our corporate cooperation, that would mean a difference of 60,000 euros to this year if we budget it as zero. The idea behind why we want to enter it as zero, our corporate cooperation, it doesn't mean that we don't believe in that sector. But when we look at previous years, it hasn't been very encouraging that we've had to, that in order to reach the framework, we've had to put in bigger numbers in the corporate cooperation than anyone would have liked. And previous representative council also asked for us to be more realistic when budgeting corporate cooperation. And this doesn't mean that it wouldn't sell a lot in our corporate cooperation. More so, it means that our, for example, events don't need to be based that much on the success of corporate cooperation. And this difference, 6,000 euros from this year to the next one, it means that we need to get this 6,000 euros from somewhere else. After all the discussions we've had, particularly translation services and coronavirus situation, make it very clear that communication is a sector that we do not want to cut on. We need to invest more in it. We also have increased personnel costs in the communication sector, but we also want to invest more in the communication sector also in other ways, so that we can also purchase communication services if needed. And the idea for this proposal is that we would increase membership fees by €1. And the biggest effect for trying to catch up the 6,000 euros for the corporate cooperation is to try and make our rental facilities more profitable. And through that, try to reach the budget framework. And all the cuts that would possibly be made in the office and administration costs, we would hope that that wouldn't affect members or personnel or the community's well-being. But we also want to kind of try to squeeze everything out we can from that. Eliminate all unnecessary costs. But also after all these cuts and increases in profits, it's very clear that our anniversary party expenses for next year, it's very difficult to fit those within the budget. and keeping them separate would be the prudent thing to do, the costs for the anniversary year. So what happens next after this meeting is that based on your comments and our votes here, we could have a draft for our proposal for the budget that we could give to our people responsible for specific items of expenditure. But this is just a draft, but the idea here is that the end of November we could propose a budget that you have had the chance to influence. So here you can see in this draft about the proposal for the budget. You can see that in our fundraising it will not change that much. And because, but also this corporate cooperation will be removed from here. So in our community side, it will not have such a big deficit as before. And also you can see that we do not have the AYYE 10 anniversary year. Here it is not entered here. Also invest more in communications, which will show up as a deficit. And in our services, member services, this reflects the fact that we try to make our facilities more profitable. But this isn't anything that you will be approving now. We will now just have a preliminary discussion that we can use to kind of as guidelines when drafting the budget. And whether we will increase the membership fee or not, it will be a separate decision to make. But the idea here is that if in our preliminary vote you state that you think it's more prudent to increase the membership fee than to make cuts that would affect our member services, then we will draft the budget so that we will increase the membership fee with the idea. Here is a development of the membership fee from the last previous years, and as you well know, in next year the student healthcare we will not include it anymore in our membership fee. And so AYY's part will be 62 euros. I have kind of 3 preliminary votes that I want kind of to use here to get your opinion on that we can use to when drafting the budget at the office, so that this draft would reflect your opinions. This is just a preliminary vote, just as to give us an idea of your opinions. This isn't an actual decision. So the question here is that, is this a budget framework on 550,000 euros, is it definitely the goal that you want to set? And in the red, it would not that it will not be 550,000 euros, and if you vote for red, then you could also give your suggestions whether it be more or less than 550,000. Because previous years we tried to stay within the 550,000 euros, and the kind of a board's initial proposal is that we should try to do it also next year.
Thank you for a good presentation on our budget. So here is a preliminary discussion that we are undertaking right now, and we will make a decision. And as a reminder, when we are taking these preliminary discussions on large things such as 2021 financial review, and when the next item we'll talk about the plan of work, that this is a good way to affect of what will be the template when we are deciding on the factor. I would propose that before taking any votes, we'll have some discussion on the subject, and to the end of which we'll make the vote. Opening discussions, and we have several requests. Taneli Emil, you may request the floor. Thank you. Myllykangas Voltti, I have 5 points of the presentation. So that single rental space income is freely usable. We may use them on the funding. So they're not ARA funds or ARA profits. Our reporting as of yet does not show all single rental spaces, but we have saunas, which are rantsu and smökkisaunas. And we have single rent spaces in our housing tenements, and they need to be profitable, and it has to do with all the big picture, that we cannot use organizational profits to fund. We cannot use the saunas in the housing tenements if we get any profits from them. But currently the situation is that none of them are profitable at the moment, so we need to actually get them so that they are profitable, and we need to have a plan in place, an analysis created. And in the template that was shown, we had 50k increase to communications. What's this coming from? Do we have new hires or something to do with that? No, you can actually see that we have the first 6 months that we have surpassed our budget in 6 months. And it's because that we've had more translation costs, we've had more increase for our translation hours. We have different kinds of requirements for translations than before. The same increase has been made to the budget. We have lots of staff costs. So we don't aim to hire more staff. And ICT and IT costs within this framework, why can't it be moved to the real estate side? We are actually rolling this very efficiently to the real estate side, but we have 2 reasons why our costs in IT are shown more diligently than before. We have a spot that hasn't been previously visible in the budget, but Trinet budgeting spot, and we have some costs that we felt that they should be included here, so we are now moving those costs to housing activities, and the second of which is that in our balance we have more equipment in a more old way. So that's the write-up. But of course we are moving towards housing activities, all our support function related costs. Then as a last point I'd like to say about TTR. My understanding is that when it was set it was 1.5 million and currently it's 6.5. So what have we done within 10 years? What have we done with the increase in with TTER? How do we create that? I cannot analyze that there's been some good investments that have been made, and of course the income that has, again, we have not shared the income, so there's like interest heaped on interest, as it were. and to do with the TTR. Its regulations are decidable by the REPCO, but the framework is set by the borderline conditions of the original donation. Have we looked at this at all, and what opportunities we might have? Like, for example, if we see that we cannot get our finances in order, that we could have change the TTR to fund tech activities, for example. The aim has been to analyze our funds and foundations actively, but we don't have a direct answer for this. Would it be possible to bring to the Representative Council to be decided? Thank you. Next up, Emil. A quick question that we had the AYYE 10 mentioned. It's not on the budget. It said that it's just be the main celebration. It wouldn't include after parties, etc. So, does it include the herring breakfast? Or? Yes, the idea is that this would be kind of a budget that we can actually reach. We have lots of tied-in costs, but we aim to report the situation and to monitor it. And of course, the corporate relations income that we might garner, we will fund the deficit. And then before we are voting on this, I would like to bring out the fact that traditionally all annual celebrations have been in the budget, so I am for the blue template. But of course, it means that 600,000 in realistic budget. So you should keep this in mind. Floor was requested. Hämäläinen from Vapausvalita. The 2021 budget template has a merit, as I see it, in that it recognizes the unstableness of financial planning in these uncertain times, when we've also had an almost a year financial crisis with no end in sight. It's very nice to see that the template, based on the template, AYYE is ready to prioritize its activities if needs be and cut back on things. The thing I don't get is to increasing the membership fee in a situation like this. I don't see it as just. When many AYYE members, who are members just to retain their studying rights, feel that they are getting less from the student union due to, well, one cancellation, cancellations of events, and in return having to pay more. The student union, with this kind of decision, sends a weird message on its principles when it looks like they see the need for their members' funds during a crisis than the members themselves. Of course, an increase of €1 isn't a lot. In addition to before mentioned, it has some problems inbuilt. First of which, increasing the membership fee is a one-way street when looking at history. Never AYYE has lowered the membership fee, so it's hard to say that this would happen in the future. And the uncertainty brought by the coronavirus, and in the future, the possibly outrolling of mandatory membership, this would take place in the foreseeable future. Secondly, I do not feel that I don't like this way how when we have financial difficulties, the student union may just get more grounds and more funds through the membership fee, which is more akin to a tax. Even though coronavirus caught us by surprise, we need to budget in the long time, in the sense that it needs to be sensible that AYYE does not need to take its members' funds during crisis situations. These kinds of activities are only serve to disrupt the mandate by which we sit in this hall. This is why me and the rest of the Vapaus Valita group will like to see that this preliminary discussion, we want to see the template without the membership fee increase. We need to do better. Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's not budget 21, but you were discussing the student center, and I started to think that how does this new student center change our budget? Because probably a bigger house will bring bigger costs, and we need to pay for them. Has this been thought out? And if so, where do these funds come from? When you were preliminarily discussing in August on the student center, the 8 million budget does include the fact that the house upkeep costs are larger than what we have at Keto currently. But the only sure thing is that with more facilities and more space, we'll get more costs, and the situation will affect the budgeting we have for organizational activities and association activities. So 8 million is a lot, and it is a larger portion than it was originally when we started with it does bring unsure situations, but then again, if we want it, then it is important here during the fall and in the future when we are thinking of this project is to recognize the fact that what repercussions and effects does it have on our financial state. An increased question is that do you have any foreseen that how much can we afford to pay that we need to increase the budget on this house if we have the increased costs? Like Keto is something using like, I don't know what we use, 17% or 13%, but at 550, then how much would it be with the new building? Do you have any? It'll affect a lot on how much will AYYE be paying for the building and owning and governing. So the more AYYE has facilities, the more, of course, it will cost. Thank you. Any other requests to the floor for this item before we start to do preliminary voting? And I will then close the discussions at the end, and we still have a request to the floor. Lindgren from Luova. With the €1, if we reach 15,000, out of which either that or weakening of service level, how much are we talking when we're talking about weakening of a level? It's a very good question, and this is why we want this kind of a preliminary vote. What's your feeling that, what do we want? We don't want that we'll have 15k worth of things being removed. We haven't done the budgeting yet, but at that stage when we will make this, that's something that we need to weigh in on these things. Will this affect this cutback on the service level or not? And the template is not ready in a sense that when we're talking about the 550k template, you're not just then deciding on will we increase the membership fee or not. But it is clear that already now these are issues that we need to discuss and think, especially when we want to budget corporate relations in a different way, these ICT costs are larger than in earlier years. We do need to make these cutbacks. So there is the very real concern that the level of member services may be visible with the cuts. This is why I want to ask you that is it something that is increasing the membership fee an impossibility for next year? Thank you. Also ask for the floor. I'd like to also have a question, because we're calculating that if the student center would cost 8 million and currently it is productive money, that it would be about 200k a year. Yes, if we pay it from investments, we couldn't get it from elsewhere as grants, or we wouldn't fund it via loan. So this would be about 350k of our budget if we would do it like that, the budget framework. Yes, or it would actually currently be about 625 with our current untied investment. Thank you. Do you have any other requests for the floor before we make the preliminary vote? The Representative Council has on this agenda been sent the votes for your information, so I'll make the same votes here. I'd like at this stage to answer the question that what does this 15k mean? It's about 15-20% of all operational grants, about half of our operations and activities and events. Operations in activities and events. If no other requests for the floor have been made, I will close the discussion and make the motion vote. So you can gather your voting slips. Our excellent vote counters can step forth and do some exercise. Something, something, something. These are yours. So yes, here we have the presentations on what the current offer has and what the kind of another proposal, because this is a preliminary vote. This may affect the template that will be presented. So the instructions are on the board, you have your voting slips, and white is an option if you don't want to vote, but white means empty. So, very clear, so we will vote now. Huzzah. A near unanimous vote of blue. From here we also have the documented picture of this vote. The vote counters, if you can stay here, because we have some other votes. You may train your vote counting skills. How does this work? So we have the correct vote. Next up we'll have the membership fee increase that has been proposed in this budget proposal. Chairperson, if I may reiterate, this is a decision-making situation. So if we need to, if we'll have to propose an increase on the membership fee, or we'll make cost cuts. So here for the Representative Council, this is kind of your values reflecting vote. So this is exactly of the membership fee. So you are ready to vote. Placards up now. tight spot, but I'd say that we have a slight victory for blue. So can you state your calculations? No doubt they are verifying the vote. So blue prevails. Next up, we'll vote on the AYYE 10 budget framework, or actually the annual ball outside the budget frame or inside the budget frame. Is voting clear on this, whether or not the AYYE 10 will be included in the budget or outside of it? If it's clear, you may vote now. Two red no's, 7 empties. And rest is blue, so blue prevails. This should conclude all the votes in this item. Thank you. Thank you. So, moving to the motion. The motion was that the Representative Council decided to record the preliminary debate on the 2021 budget and the long-term financial plan. Decided. Okay. Closing item 13 and moving on to item 14, the preliminary debate on the 2021 plan of action with Nieminen presenting. Here we'll have Elina remotely. Can you hear me? Good evening. Can you hear me? Everyone on the back row, you can hear us? Let it rip. So, next up, we'll have the plan of action. Some is referred to as the plan of work. As reiteration on the action plan, this is the way for you to guide the activities and actions of the student union and to as part of the project, some of the projects, the activities. Excuse me, the interpreter's having a hard time making sense of the words because they're quite jumbled. So, the action plan should implement our strategy, and it shows like we don't have a strategy in place for the next term. And as I've looked at the financials, is that our financial plan and our action plan are not in contradiction to regards to one another. And as a reminder, is that the strategic goals is that our vision is the world's best student life, which is almost correct in English in the slides. So, affecting the core services. And then we have AYY's apartments as students' homes, societal influence, and a community builder. Then in the strategy you can see, so enough and adequate. AYY's real estate base will match the requests. Also, housing and facilities digitalization goal, communal and own, and the fourth goal. And AYYE is a societal influencer. That AYY's affecting has goals, is long-term, proactive, and the results are being evaluated. time and time again. I was making new openings and new topics. That AYYE members are active and interested in societal influencing. And AYYE also brings in other stakeholder groups to the activities. And as a short reiteration, as a builder of the Aalto spirit, so that everybody can feel like an Aalto person, as a belonging to the community, so that the Aaltolaisuus concept comes from finding your place in the community. Also, the other goal that AYYE and the Aalto community frameworks will support different and student culture cooperation. The different parties, cultures and majors will work actively together and understand the value one another has, value of one another. And also that all Aalto students, staff and alumni feel that the Otaniemi is their campus. And also that the students have the opportunity to create their studies in accordance with their own wishes. And in the last mission meeting, discussing on what is the situation of our action plan right now and what do we need to take into account when creating it. The situation is that we don't really have everything that we need. And here we have the reiteration on what the starting points are for next year's plan of work or action plan. One of which is resources, people, money, time, the fact that we have a budget which is limited and limited resources need to be thought out. We are in a situation where we need to out-prioritize things if we come up with new ideas. So we don't have more time, we don't have more money to come up with new things. Then this pandemic, that this has affected, well, everything at the office and of course our well-being and our activities and actions and services. And how much temerity people have in continuing things in all of our activities, and in this pandemic and special circumstances very challenging in the scope of our activities. We have a lot of activities and if there is a crisis like a pandemic, we need to be able to take care of each and every area of our activities that would otherwise roll on as business usual, but then when we add a pandemic, then we run out of resources very quickly. We'll have to take care that things are working, communicate to everybody, and since there's a lot of stuff on how much we can actually do. And of course this remote time has affected everything. And this situation, because it's unclear, it might end, it might continue, we don't know. But the fact that if this does not continue, what changes? What stays the same? We do not know. So this is something that it's good to take into account. It's something that we use resources. And we're trying to get through a very unsure situation. Also, that we might have international students in the board, and which is something that requires, of course, money. That we have interpretation and translation, and that each party understands what they are deciding on. And of course, because when we cannot change our language just to English, we will no doubt have challenges in getting our message across bilingually, and that we will have to use more time on issues and do a little less so we can have the required time for each item. Otherwise in external communications, trilinguality is an everyday thing, so we have already gotten used to it. Then budgeting framework, let's do less and communicate more. So we are doing a lot, we can do less, but as long as we tell about what we do, it's important to focus our activities to some direction. Last year's board president said that when he acting as Syls, is that if everything is important, nothing is important. So we need to think of what is important than something else. Then we can focus our activities, and it shows in our plan of action and creating it. But of course, in the strategy process, what's actually really important, because everything is some way important, but what is more important than something else?
Then also one point is that we need to protect, safeguard our basic mission. Which I talked about in the previous Proposal Council meeting, that during these exceptional times, we have to focus on kind of to find out why we exist. Our members need help and support, and it's our task to help them through these exceptional times, which takes resources. We need to have someone who answers students' questions, concerns, who help then fight against society if their rights are being trampled. That we need to have people helping other people through these times. And we also have this lot of our basic ongoing tasks, which require a lot of resources already. And what this means for the action plan? Well, we will be bringing, adding a short description to the action plan about our ongoing activities. We'll actually describe that how big a percentage for each team uses their resources for their ongoing activities, which we do every year. That how much we actually have resources to do these development projects, because we have a lot of them. One thing that also affects this action plan a lot, and the process, is that we haven't yet decided our strategic objectives for next year, because we also need to kind of leave room for implementing our strategy next year. And as mentioned before, we also need to take the coronavirus situation into account, and surviving from it will affect next year. And here, as you can see, the headlines here. We formed them in our kind of a short brainstorming session where we thought about what kind of projects we could have. Then we also went over our current situation of our current action plan this year. And based on that, we've had more discussions, and we've made, the board has made their proposal, but only on the headline level. So the difference to previous years is that we have the preliminary discussion one representative council earlier than before, because before the preliminary discussion about the action plan, we've already had kind of a completed project entries, like fully described. But now we've wanted to kind of leave more room for the representative council to influence the process more, and also kind of show the direction that you want this action plan to take. So that's why in this discussion we don't have the kind of measures and objectives for these projects, because we intend to work on these projects more after this discussion. When you tell us that what you would like to see next year in the action plan, what AYYE should focus on, what you want AYYE to do next year, what do you think is important? And our goal is to deprioritize some of these projects that we have stated here. First we have removed from, we had a lot more suggestions than these, but we will also deprioritize some of these as well after we have heard from you what you think is the most important. Then about the board's basic proposal for the preliminary discussion. We'll look at the big picture. So now we've had one kind of a cross-sectoral project. Next year we will have 3. Next year we have 3 advocacy projects, 3 community projects, 4 services and housing projects, and 2 communications projects. Which means 15 projects, but as I said, we also intend to deprioritize some of them, so this is not kind of the final division. But this is the big picture for you to kind of see the big picture for the preliminary discussion. And for the whole of AYYE, cross-cutting projects, well, we have the strategy update. We want to try to finish it this year, but it will also be next year we will have more of an implementation of the strategy, putting it into practice. Also putting our values into practice. And as already decided about the corporate relations, the new strategic objectives, so it's a very natural that we want to try and implement this corporate relation strategy next year, how to reform it. Then we also have this, they have a sustainability related project in sustainability in AYYE's activities, but the focus of this project, we're still considering it, that what we want to achieve with it. And as with everything, I will be very glad to hear your thoughts on this. But also the idea here is that sustainability, in addition to individual projects, sustainability will also be reflected in our everyday work. Projects related to advocacy, well, municipal elections, which have been a project also this year. But the municipal elections will be held next year. So we should kind of finish our advocacy work related to that. Next year we will start the representation council elections. Next year we will try to establish the Central Election Committee to get it working earlier than before and make the elections more visible. And also the representation council groups, of course, have a big role here, how you communicate to your members about what the work in the representation council is like. And also AYYE's equality and accessibility. This year we had a project about international equality that we could not have the resources to do it. It's now included in this project. That was also about equality related to associations. Will it be included here? People have asked. Well, it will also be kind of a natural part of our association classification reform. Then with the community side, it looks now it looks like that we cannot do the renewal of operation grants this year. Cannot finish it. We're gonna start the work on it. We've already started it. but it seems that we cannot finish it this year, so it will also be there next year. We need to know that what kind of associations we have in order to renew this system. Then we have a project about AYY's communality and the new normal, the effects of the coronavirus situation on our communality. And the idea here is also that we use resources here, but if you have kind of more specific ideas what AYYE should do, I'll be glad to hear them. Then unifying volunteer activities. The unifying is probably not the best choice of words, but this is more linked to also development in our event side, which Nora already mentioned. In the news from the central office about strategic events. But it's also about the renewal of our volunteer field. It's a kind of a continuation to our community structures project. Because the coronavirus situation has also kind of made it more difficult, and we had budgetary challenges. But the goal here is we can make this volunteer field clearer. And assess what would be the best way to do this in practice. But the goals would be similar to what we had in this reform of our community structures project. About services and housing. Well, we had the project for the renovation of Tekkari village, a maintenance plan. And the idea here is that it's included in the Improving AYY's Real Estate Portfolio project. Because we'll do this planning for multiple years in the future. So this project will continue for several years. Then we have the digitalization of services and housing. It's also included in this year's action plan. It's a very important issue, how we can digitalize our functions and services. This is especially even more prominent here during the coronavirus situation, because we also think about remote services, how we can provide them. And then also this digitalization is a very cross-cutting theme, because services are kind of all of our operations that we do are services in some way for our members. That's a very cross-cutting theme, as is the AYYE service design and marketing. This is mostly about the entire AYYE's operations, depending on what we will focus on, what you want us to focus on. Because we can think about whether we redesign certain services or kind of everything, how to implement this. But it will take up a lot of resources. Then we have the student center project here as an ongoing project. Then about communications projects, well, we have the brand update. The intention here is not to do this kind of a complete overhaul of the brand as we did a couple of years ago. The idea here is to do kind of a smaller updates, which this could also include the improving our housing brand, housing services as well. And then improving AYYE's communications is related to this, and brand is also related to our services. Kind of how people see us, what kind of brands, what kind of services we have, what kind of brand we have, what kind of services we offer to our members. Also the communications projects. Well, the members have also asked us to develop our communications. Kind of invest in our communications so that it will serve our reps and council and our members better. So these projects would answer that need. Also, what has changed or been deprioritized from the proposed projects? Well, here's a list of the proposals that we have not included here, what we have deprioritized or changed them so that they are included in another project. Well, the dorm renovation, we had to remove that because we didn't see that it's probably not the most critical thing to do next year. But as I mentioned, everything is important here in student unions, but we just have to decide what to deprioritize, even if there are good ideas and needs. Then developing tenant democracy is also as deprioritized as action plan project, as well as is improving students' life on campus. And developing tenant communications has been removed as its own project, but it's included in these communications projects. And this digitalization plan is now rebranded as the Services and Housing Digitalization Project, so it's included in that. So that safety related to events, also feedback and environment, developing those for this year. We will be finishing this this year, this planning. Also how to collect feedback in our events, so we will implement these next year into our events, and also taking environmental issues into account even better in our events is a part of our ongoing work. So this is also very closely linked to unifying our volunteer operations. Because also volunteers have a lot of events that they're working on, so they're very much linked. There's a personal strategy update, and AYYE feedback channels are something that we deprioritized from the action plan because we felt that they're something for the office to control and work on, not for the representative council to decide on. But we will be doing this personal strategy update next year. But it doesn't mean that it's a similar strategy process as the strategy process we have for the whole student union. Just kind of try to examine how we have reached our objectives, how to update our strategy. So this was everything I had to say about this. First, we got questions if you have them, and then the conversation of what AYYE should do next year. What do you feel is the most important? There's a kind of a delay in the stream of about 30 seconds. So if you have questions, So I think it would be easier if Suvi or Kriso will repeat the questions to me through the microphone. After that, I will follow the stream for the discussion. Yes, thank you. Opening discussion. As a reminder, talk about our action plan for next year. We have preliminary discussion. and we will make a decision in not the next meeting but in the one after that. So if you have a proposal for change, it's good to start the discussion early on so that we have a well-prepared action plan for next year. So first questions, if you have them. Questions about the presentation, that is. Milo comes from Valtti. Thank you, Elina, for your presentation. All these projects seem very important, but if you have to prioritize something, then we just have to. And this change and deprioritize projects seemed like a prudent choice. My question, related to sustainability, isn't it true that AYY's carbon footprint reduced by 95% when we change to climate-friendly sources of energy in our housing? Yes, actually I think it was 98%. In the situation that we are in, from a lot of changes, a lot of development last year, I think it would be very wise to think whether we need to have this sustainability as a separate project or could it be merged as part of our ongoing operations. Since we have our purchase guidelines, etc., and we kind of gotten also accustomed to this new normal. As a comment for the municipal elections, here I would maybe kind of think that what is the minimum level that we can be happy with if we need to deprioritize some of even these projects that were proposed. And for communication brand reform, it was kind of unclear, at least to me, what it actually means. Investing more in communications seems a smart thing to do, but this rebranding was kind of unclear. That's it. Thank you. And Elina, if just let us know when you want to answer. Any more questions or requests for floor? Miettinen from Vihreämpi Aalto. Couple of points to comment on the previous speech. Our group thinks it's important that AYYE considers sustainability in all of its activities, because we still can look at sustainability even though we cut our emissions a lot in our housing. Secondly, what would be our minimum level for municipal elections? I think it is kind of a peculiar question because advocacy is our main kind of task, and in these municipal elections are extremely important. That was a very good material. Thank you to the board. But to go back to the other topic today, Aino. I'm sorry, the student media. In my previous speech, I already mentioned that even though our group agreed that we don't have resources for student media next year, we'd like to see included in this action plan that when we looked at our resources in the long term, that how should we rearrange our community services in order for us to have student media after next year. And the next representative council could make the choice of whether we will give up of student media forever or whether we will have it back at some point. I also hope that board would adopt this idea but if not, we will bring it as a proposal for change to a future discussion. So we'd like to see that as an action plan project. The board would look resources in the long term, how to rearrange things in order for us to have student media in the future, after next year that is. Thank you. Any other requests for floor at this point? Apparently no. Just hope that the council, before the meeting where we'll actually decide on the action plan, that if you have proposal for change, suggestions for projects, that we will start the discussion on them as early as possible, because you can already now propose new proposed changes to the project, to the action plan already at this point. So if there are no more requests for floor, okay, Olli has something to say. Very good point from Elina. I think it would be much make the board work easier if we could have a preliminary vote on this Vihreämpi Aaltos proposal that was mentioned just now about the student media. Just to also clarify what kind of discussion we will have about the action plan. So does Kriso have the proposals here that we'll vote on? Are they ready? Soon will we see them here. So we have a preliminary vote on a Vihreämpi Aaltos proposal. Considering the future of Aino, how we could rearrange our operations in order for us to have a student media also in the future. The intention is not to kind of not to arrange for this project, but kind of find out what we need to rearrange if we want to have a student media. So there's a kind of a conditional that how we should rearrange our operations if we want to have a student media in the future. What we should do. So is this originally from Vihreämpi Aalto, this proposal? Yes. Of course, if it's your proposal, then we can still change the phrasing here. There's a new project to the action plan where the board would look into how we could rearrange our community operations in order for us to have a student media in the future if we decide to have one. So the question here is that, do you want to consider student media from this perspective as a project? You can just send it, the proposal, to us on Telegram. Here. So make the actual proposal for change when we have the actual discussion about the action plan. But now it would be just good that we will see what you think on that. Should we even consider this project? Because when we decide on the actual action plan, the idea is that we would have kind of a well thought out project by that time. So if you want this project, it would be good that we know what you want. Do you want us to include this project in the action plan so we can prepare for it? So that we don't use our resources for preparing the project if you don't want to see it in the action plan. Of course, you can propose it, the actual project, but then we would need to have kind of a clear, in-depth entry about the project in our future discussion about the action plan. Yes, did you hear me? Yes. There were not that many comments on the kind of this whole thing. So if, for example, your group comes up with an idea, please send it to us before the next meeting so that we have time to prepare for it. Because it's very challenging if we have already action plan thought out and then you have some ideas to add or change. Because this will still change. We may deprioritize some of these projects that we suggested here. So if you think that some project you think is extremely important and you don't want us to deprioritize them, please let us know. Now we have Vihreän Aalto's proposal for a new project to the action plan. We're going to have a preliminary vote on it. What do you think? Should we work more on this project? Vote counters, if you could come up here. Could you zoom in? A bigger text. Also, if anyone have any comments to this action plan, it's also prudent to send them beforehand via email. So I will read it out loud. Tavi should prepare an action plan project that how we could rearrange our community services and what to deprioritize in order for us to have sufficient resources for student media after 2021. Blue means that you are for this suggestion. You want to see this project, and red is that you don't want to see it. And white is empty. Is this clear to everyone? Yes, thank you. Vote now. Yes, please keep them up. It looks pretty even. We have to count them. So if you could please count. See if you had the same result. Your calculations. 13 blue, 16 red, 5 empty. So the majority is no, red, 16. 13 yes votes and 5 empty votes. Thank you.
Red prevails. Thank you. We will take this under advisement because this was so clear cut. We will have to think of how this would be sensible. Thank you for the comments. Any other item, anything for this item? If not, we'll close the discussion. Thank you, Elina. The proposal is that the Representative Council decide to record the preliminary debate on the 2021 Plan of Action. Decided. Closing of item 14, moving on to I decree that we have been in 4 hours in this meeting. So let's have a short meeting break at 9:02. 5 minutes break. Everybody's back, and what a 5 minutes it has been. I'll open the documents a minute. So continuing the meeting at 9:15. Opening item 15, latest news from the Student Centre with Johnson presenting. Actually, no, Olli Kessel presenting. Haha. So, good evening, Reps and Council. Instead of Emily, I am here because that we can actually get this done in Finnish. An important issue, and highlighting Emily's here today, though, and we'll answer any questions you have, definitely. So we have the presentation here, and the clicker works. You were sent some preliminary info, but let's go through this in the meeting. Situation of the Student Centre project. Sorry that I haven't had the information before. So far at the office we believe that these challenges that I've been presenting are something that we can actually solve at the process, but now we are actually at the situation where the office cannot solve these with just the office's resources in this current model. But more information in this presentation. Start off with this slide. It's that, as the previous meeting said, from KY. KY is feeling these things, and that's why KY took a time off from the project. And we've managed to develop things that we haven't earlier. We have gotten close to the facility plan, and we understand what we want from this. But it doesn't mean that we haven't had problems in this project, and the very worrying is that we have large problems that have been unable to solve. And this year as well. So these challenges and root reasons to these things can be found outside of this presentation, but I will try to bring the most critical ones from AYYYE's side. And I feel that the Reps and Council understands about these challenges as well. At this stage I want to reiterate that there is no means to blame an individual party. Everybody has been present in these challenges, AYYYE not included in creating them. I may start off with the portion that KY in its own meeting discussed these challenges, and AYYYE shares these challenges. These are, in fact, like real challenges, and these challenges are divided so in both ideological, organizational, and operative challenges. Ideological, you know, they've been undertaken at the Reps Council for a long time. Our point of view is that we've managed to get past these quite nicely, so even though it is understandably one of the challenges. And then organizational challenges, and, planning of resources has been, well, could have been better. Each and every year we've had different amounts of resources from different parties. That has enabled the fact that we're not in sync with the project. Second organizational challenge has been that each and every group has a large amount of people that, depending on the year, may guide the project to different directions. organizational party fluctuations, of course, affect. Third being that the bureaucracy in organizations. We have 3 parties where effectively each repco decision making is present, and with this project model has slowed decision making quite a lot. Then operational challenges. Decision making has been, well, we can say bad, the word, but for different reasons. The organizational, other decision making parties, or whatever, we haven't had the option to stick with any of the decisions, so we kind of made these things that we haven't signed any papers, or we don't have we only have the borderline conditions. Then a mindset we have it is also with each and every party that's been presented. The point of view of safeguarding your own benefits. That you have instead of having a problem-solving mindset, and safeguard your own stuff. And these stalling these long and hard and big decisions, not because people have done something wrong, but we haven't had the right people with the right mandate. The root reasons, opinions may differ, and we need lots of clarification, but it's good to understand that we are in quite a pickle with this project. And it has been shown as a result that in a year we've been developing the project without actually getting anywhere or getting to the goals. The largest point of view on AYYYE's side as concrete challenges has been things like the ownership structure, which is something that we haven't managed to find a solution that's beneficial to all parties. Also, it's challenging that we have the 2019 we were letter of intent, but we never got the letter of intent due to different kinds of reasons. From AYYYE's point of view, it's kind of a big problem. And of course, micromanagement and lack of trust in the working group. That's a big thing. So the word trust in this project is the word, but not like between we'd have a lack of trust between people, but between these organizations. So many problems have to do with the word trust. Then we go to the financial directorate in March, where the financial directorate decided to place on record and to decision the following cases: that if the planned schedule is being delayed significantly, etc., if the preparation budget substantially increases, and 3, if the overall budget substantially increases, 4, if the project does not follow goals and conditions set by the AYYYE board. The board sees that conditions 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4 are fulfilled or close to fulfilled, and this is why this has been brought out to the RepCo in such a broad scope, discussing the entirety of the project. And its future. Number 1, the timetable challenges. We have such big challenges here, and continuous timetables are being flexed and are not being kept. We do not feel that we cannot finish the project in the allocated time. Coming to budget, last year we have a preparatory budget of 150,000, of which we've used 70,000, and what the board sees as challenging is that our project leader Sarako has not actually managed to do their task to lead the project, but they have to solve the challenges between parties. So if we want to get the goals to fruition. The 150 budget, the board does not see that it's possible. So currently we haven't surpassed the budget yet, but we cannot fit all the work required into the 150 in this day and age and the current situation. So, and also we have the conditions such as trust, mandates, doing decisions, etc. These are the borderline conditions set by the board, which have not been said that some party has done X or Y, but each and every party has breached some of these. And to give more background why we need more changes is that we were in a kind of same kind of turning point when KYYE discussed detaching themselves from the project, being that we have a lack of resources. We have increased the resources. We have a AYYE staff member. We have 1.5 members of the board. We have a professional on the project leadership, and KYYE TF have resourced stuff into the project, but still we have not solved these challenges. So this is why we feel that we need changes in the project. A large reason for change is that KYYE is on time off and does not believe in the project as is of now. Number 3, being that the uncertainty in does the ownership structure proposed by TF make a building in accordance with the preconditions. Once again, this is not directly said that this is something that would be or not be, but there is an unsure situation at hand. Fact being that we have new requirements to the ownership structure that have not been able to solve at AYYE. But still, AYYE is committed to the project, and KYYE and TF not to a project with a nation meeting. So to what comes to the 4th point is that this might no longer be the project that REPCO has given us a mandate to progress. So with the current model, the board is not comfortable with progressing the project. And one point to the previous slide is that each and every party has done their best, but it hasn't been, well, good enough so far. And a few words on resources. On AYYE's point of view, well-being has been very, very challenging for a long time, and this is not just simply a thing that we can just slide over. On my point of view, no student union or other project should create these challenges or the amount of stress and go past the well-being of people. That again takes lots of time from AYYE and our management, and is time that could be spent elsewhere. In addition, the student-centered team trying to solve the issue has taken up a constantly increasing amount of time from the board, RE team, and the financial directorate. So, how will we focus the current resources? We have some resources, so what do we do with them? So AYYE board sees that at this stage it would be prudent to make clarification for changes and some models of working the project and decision making, and meaning that both on the 5th of November and preparation for the meetings. And to do with this is that AYYE resources usage to developing the project should cease until we've made the decision. So what will we put on hold? We have the consultancy work, project manager, architect, cost estimator, legal consultant, and the environmental consultant. Then discussions with Aalto regarding land acquisition with Aalto and Senaatti. Of course, Aalto's part in terms of rental spaces. Of course, to investigate and negotiate the ownership structure, working group and project committee meetings, and the AYYE board or staff meetings relating to any of the above topics. And this is this discussion is from my point of view, is kind of a preliminary discussion on for this. It's kind of a heads up on what will be discussed then. You'll have more heads up in your emails from yesterday evening. It's from the agenda of the board meeting where we have the templates based on this discussion. So in practical terms, we hope that the RepCo would decide between either abandoning the project or continues with changes/conditions, and to make a survey on what kind of change needs to take place for us to continue the project or abandon it altogether. A good point here to take note of is that if we cannot create these challenges and solutions right now with a survey, just giving up the project is something that must be kept on the table according to the board. We believe as a board in the vision of the student center, and that this kind of broad negotiations for the structure of the project has not been undertaken. This is kind of unturned stone as of yet, and still worth looking into. And the board meeting, we decided that it's our template for the 5th of November meeting. What in practical terms is the goal? So we need to find some sort of decision-making model for the project which focuses on the fact that we have a professional doing decisions and preparation for the decision-making party, rather the model where we have students doing it, the really large operative work. But then again, we need a model which has continuity. The year is changing, and we have, for example, Emily's not in the board next year, as far as I know, and that we lose a lot of the operative information on the project, which is not sensible to be actually in this kind of structure project to keep going. So we would need one joint voice for this project for both stakeholder groups and the decision-making group. Now, at all decision-making parties, we've gone into a situation where we went with the model that we have different times, different information to different parties and different organisms of trust, and we are not in sync. Some sort of statement that can we merge the differences between interests, and these kind of comprise this preliminary discussion for the November 5th. I hope that you might have any questions. So next up we have the questions.
Thank you. Next opening discussion. So first, if you have any questions, Taneli, would please come up here. Myllykangas from Voltti. First, I would thank the board for their responsible decision to bring this issue forth to represent council according to the financial director's recommendations. It's extremely important that the highest decision-making bodies of all the parties are up to date on the situation of the project, and then to the actual issue. If in the preparation phase for the student center, we would find out that this investment would make this financially unsustainable, then I would understand and be for abandoning this project. We cannot build a student center if we cannot do it in a financially sustainable manner. But based on the discussions we've had, there are no unsurmountable financial obstacles but we're more talking about this lack of trust. The latest turn of which is this TF's proposed ownership form. And I thought that we had already reached a consensus about issues such as this. Last year, when we worked in the board on the project, I thought that talking about these ownership forms is not a thing that could be the end of the project. As the way I see it, these issues can always be solved if the other kind of a precondition starting points have not changed. So I'd like to hear now that why do you think that this is now a question that halts the entire process? So if the budgeting and facilities program is in order and the need for the student center is still there, I really don't understand that how can there still be so serious disagreements that the working group could not reach a consensus? First I need to remember that who are we doing this project for? It's not for us or the current freshmen, but all the people for the next 50 or 100 years. If we don't build the student center now, it will be very possible that we will never build a similar building in Otaniemi. When the development of the campus is so fast-paced at this point, I really don't think that we could find a better solution for the student center, especially not in Otaniemi, which would be a big loss for everyone. If this project is abandoned, then instead of building a common foundation for everyone, we will set a framework for future Aalto people that is not in the best interest of everyone. So I really hope that all parties of the project and especially members of the working group could overcome their antipathies and find a consensus about and understand the value and importance of this project for our future. Because our future would be much brighter with the student center than without it. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Emil, then Cosmo, and the floor is open. You can still request the floor. To ask that if KY takes a time off from the project, because I don't think these two options really correspond to our kind of taking a time off. If we would also like to take a time off like KY, then what option would that be? Yes, I have to answer these two previous comments. Is that, well, for the challenges, as I tried to make clear in my presentation, is that there is no one single challenge that would be the reason for this, what I am proposing, but it is more the combined effect of many different reasons. And also in the presentation we talked about within the working group about this lack of trust. Well, actually there is no lack of trust between members of the working group. That's why I would like to correct this. This isn't true. Next, Cosmo. And there's still time to take part in the discussion. Yes, can you also answer my question? Could you please repeat it? If AYYE wants to take a time off, like KY, then what would be the option here? Well, we've kind of made that decision already, that we will take the time off. So it's included in both of these options, actually. Don't worry, this is not my speech. President, Chairperson, Representative Council, it's nice to be here. It's kind of a deja vu. This is my team shirt from 2017, when I was there doing the preconditions for the project. Excellent speech from Tanne. Really kind of I agree with him, because we're doing a lot of difficult things all the time. So it's a good think that to remind ourselves that we are really making history here. I think this is the biggest opportunity for AYYE to build this Aalto spirit and good spaces for our members. So this is a unique opportunity for AYYE, which may be one of the reasons why this is so difficult. Because it leads to a situation where making decisions is difficult in a project this important, because even the smallest details seem critical. And especially AYYE, which entered the project a bit later than KY and TF, we've had to struggle with it. So it's no wonder that KY and TF are kind of frustrated that we haven't managed to kind of put it forward as fast as they have. And in 2017, and I was here, well, not in this hall, but in a meeting, agreed to the preconditions, and back then we thought that, well, this is almost wrapped up. We now almost have the project plan ready. Probably we will approve it in February's meeting. But as we see, the situation is like this 3 years later. But these are difficult issues. This ownership structure is always brought up. I'd like to remind everyone about the preconditions, that in the preconditions they are not a kind of a contract. It's not a contract of intent. So this word contract was that our lawyer said that we shouldn't put it here in the preconditions because it's not a contract. They're just about they're the preconditions. They show that what we want to do, what are the rules, common rules, or at least that's what we thought back in 2017. And we wanted to write them down, our intention, our will, preconditions, and not all these small details. So we have to talk about this in nitty-gritty details in the meetings. We received tens or hundreds of good questions, and we tried to answer them. There are things that we thought that we will do something later because we couldn't know how these things will develop. What will be the critical questions? What will be the optimal ownership structure? That's why we said that we will agree on the ownership structure later, and it needs to enable the functions that we want there to be in the project. And it's very natural that the project kind of things change. Now 3 years we have paid for lawyers, reports and other reports, so we have more information now. And the way I think is that why can you trust these people who did those preconditions in 2017? Because now you have even more information than the preconditions made in 2017. So this is also one of the reasons probably why the TF thinks that this ownership structure is better than another, because now we've looked into issues more and see what could be a better structure. And we haven't really adhered to preconditions all the time. As was mentioned, is that next update the facilities program, 5,025 to architects, but we have already spent 75,000 euros, so we haven't really adhered to the preconditions. So please don't use them as this kind of a constitution, that the preconditions are the things that we need to adhere to no matter what. And another thing is that AYYE work as the primary constructor here, take care of the construction. I've really heard about this in 3 years in the press council meetings, so the situation may have changed. But my point here is that if we need to change preconditions, then we will change them, but in agreement with all the parties. And I don't think that not in any building project they don't decide on ownership structure before they decide what the building will contain. Because first AYYE needs to say that what we want to have in this space, in this building. so that we can then decide what is the best ownership structure on the company forum. I think I mentioned most of my points here. And this is going to be my first question, is that I really don't see that AYYE has any reason to prefer any company forum over another. So in your surveys, have you found out that some kind of company forum would be better than some other? Or do we have kind of proposals that are in conflict with the ownership forum proposed by TF? Why has this been this kind of a insurmountable obstacle? So, do you have several questions? So, what is the proposal of TF? What kind of a company forum have they proposed? I'm not speaking on behalf of TF, so I'm not a representative from the working group, but this ownership structure model discussion we're heading towards is a great example of the challenges of the project. So instead of thinking, we really should now think about the ownership format at this point in this meeting. So this is just one example of these obstacles in this project. There isn't just one thing, it's just an example of the many issues we have. So continue, but if Monica has something to say as well.
Nyt taitaa kuulua ääni.
Yes, now it's on. Yes, so the ownership structure issue have been under evaluation last year. We looked into it, and also in previous years. And when we drafted this timetable last year and the budget, our idea was that last autumn and summer we only looked into companies, company forum. We looked from the taxation point of view. There should be a joint company or a regular company. What would be the best option for the entire project or for the parties? And at the turn of the year, when we received new proposals about the ownership structure, AYYE saw that there were options that we, at least at the office, could not assess what their impact would be. So we didn't recognize couldn't identify what their impact would be, these new company forums that were proposed. There are also some good proposals. And the idea from our financial real estate point of view has been that when we're making a decision, we should know what we're deciding on. What will AYYE own, what kind of maintenance responsibilities we will have, etc. So these new proposals, even though they may be suitable, but even if they are, we need to understand their implications. Because the company forum issues are very complicated. One consultant cannot take all viewpoints into consideration. So the suggestions we have received from TF this year, we have a kind of thought that we need to analyze them more. and also tell to you what they will mean, what their implications are. So I haven't really gone through that in that much detail in the working group. We would need to have an expert there. A lot of different ownership models, and we have looked into them in the working group. We have seen these investigations also at the office. So we don't kind of exclude any of these company forums. But maybe that we cannot find a consensus this year within the working group. There are a lot of issues here related to taxation, etc. Thank you. So apparently you have several questions. I'm a great fan of prepared speeches, but seeing that it's almost 10 p.m., it's very important to have this discussion, have these questions. But if you have more than 5 questions, then please send them via email and continue the discussion that way. But yes, go on. The reason why I have many questions, many issues here, is that I kind of looking at the slides. The board has decided that we are not taking time off because the working group, we need to take their well-being into account as well. I also think this from the resource and organization and personnel point of view. I think that it's kind of a good example of problem, this company forum, because if AYYE hasn't excluded any company forums, like for example, say that the TF's proposed company forum breaks is in violation of the preconditions, but we're not quite sure. So we need to really kind of know what we want. AYYE needs to decide on what kind of facilities they want to have in the building. So now we have facilities that are within the budget that we decided on 2 years ago. We have to decide those first before we can decide on a company forum. So all good luck to you and try to get our kind of facilities list completed so we can continue discussing these complicated issues with the other parties. That's the way I see it. And also about resourcing, kind of experts are always brought up also when during the budget. Maybe that budget isn't even enough this year for everything we want to do. But the next expert cannot be the one who designs the student center, decides what we want it to contain. It's our task. We need to create a project plan. That's the way we usually move forward with projects like this. We need to have a project plan in order to have a perfect student center, or the way we see it as perfect in 3 or 4 or 5 years. We give this to the professionals. So I think that we need to first get our stuff in order. We need to decide what we want before we will put hundreds of thousands of euros in the work of experts who haven't even got the project forward this year. I have questioned this kind of a consultant decisions many times because they really don't seem to lead anywhere because it's not their decision to make. They cannot tell what we want to have in the building. So AYYE needs to have their project plan ready, then we can start giving money to consultants. I'll be happy to discuss also later. I have a lot of history in the project, so I'm always up for a discussion. Thank you. Any other request for floor at this point?
No. Thank you for this discussion, and we will continue the Student Center progress discussion in upcoming meetings. It's one of our biggest projects that Repco is deciding on. the board have any other comments? No other comments or anything to add. We may continue the discussion via email, or I suggest you also read the discussion on email. Thank you. So follow the email. And closing discussions, moving to decide. The motion was that the representative council placed on record the information latest news on the student center decided. Closing item 15, moving on to item 16, other emerging matters. Do we have any other emerging matters?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for the great discussion, and sorry to run the meeting just a bit longer. Firstly, I'd like to propose that for the next two meetings, especially there's a lot of important things on the agenda, and with the corona situation developing, we should consider remote meetings if possible, because that's something our council members have been proposing, and also if not remote because of the law, at least some kind of a hybrid setup would be important. Secondly, if the board could give a quick update on the international grant situation with the court, and for example, if that money is now locked, or what is the situation with that, because it's almost been 6 months since the money was supposed to reach the students, so it would be good to know what has happened with it. And the last one was just a personal request that if there is a discussion point with a lot of slides on matter, it would be better to take the questions with the respective slides so the relevance is there, but that's just personal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So a really quick update for the grants. So we still have no news from the Helsinki Administrative Court. So the news are exactly the same as last time. So we have been able to grant the grants to Tekkari students, but not for arts and biz students, and no other news on that matter.
On my part, I'll, for your information, that we've discussed very much on whether or not we're moving to remote meetings. We will monitor the situations. We have new directives from the ministry and the government today in the pandemic situation. Regulations do not mention remote meetings, so we'll try to have physical meetings and hybrid participation. We don't regrettably have technique and technical stuff that we would have get things done. We are pondering on the situation because I feel that it is prudent and important that everybody could have the chance to attend despite the risk of a coronavirus infection. Any other emerging matters? So the board, we had the information that the Ministry of Education is handing out special coronavirus grants to student organizations, and this can be applied by organizations, not individuals. So does the board know of this grant, and are we going to use it? Thank you for the question. We have noticed that we will try to apply for the grant. Any other emerging matters? If not, then I have one other emerging matters which has to do with our next meeting. Thank you for your temerity to be here at 10. We have lots of topics here at this item. We have a personal vote where we will choose AYY's former member of the board and the chairperson. So we have 2 great tasks on AYYE management. If you are here wishing to apply, hopefully you will contact me via phone. You may call me. Also, you will have more information to the applicants on. So we'll have information on these 2 tasks. On the 8th of November would be the last date for applying. It's a nice task. I've learned a lot this year and managed to get into the core of AYYE activities. But yes, nothing else for me. And it seems like you don't either, so closing item 16 and moving on to item 17, ending the meeting at 10, etc., etc.